Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Did you know that over 70% of businesses are turning to SAP BTP to speed up their digital transformation journey? The demand for skilled professionals in this area is growing rapidly. In today's video, we'll be diving deep into SAP BTP RAP, a game-changing model in the SAP ecosystem. SAP BTP RAP stands for SAP Business Technology Platform RESTful ABAP Programming Model. This model allows you to build and manage applications in a more efficient and scalable way, leveraging modern cloud technology while still utilizing the power of ABAP. Studies show businesses using SAP BTP RAP experience up to a 50% reduction in application development time, enabling faster deployment and quicker responses to market changes. Learning SAP BTP RAP is essential for SAP developers as it helps them stay competitive and contribute to innovative applications that drive business growth in the digital era. In this course, we'll take a closer look at what SAP BTP RAP is, why it matters, and how you can use it to enhance your SAP development skills. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. ABAP Objects Introduction. 2. ABAP Objects Types of Classes and Deep Dive. 3. Global Classes and Exception. Let's dive in.
So let us begin with the recap on ABAP Objects skill set, ODAT and CDS. So these are mandatory skills, prerequisites for getting into RESTful application programming developments, because there you will experience the complete developments, the whole end-to-end development will be taking place by using object-oriented ABAP syntaxes only. So you must become as much as you can gain out of this skill set on ABAP objects, that is object-oriented ABAP, because the way you are writing the code, your custom logic, your custom business logic, while developing the applications in the RAP framework is completely based on the ABAP object syntaxes only. So you must become familiar with those things. And secondly, what is OData? Usually how OData works, the various URL query patterns, and also the differences. Is there any difference between SAP OData services and non-SAP OData services? If yes, if there is a difference, what it could be, we will understand. And finally, the CDS skills. So when it comes to ABAP objects is a official name SAP named for the object-oriented programming style of ABAP. SAP simplest calling it as like ABAP objects as the concept. This is nothing but the object-oriented programming style within ABAP. Here, the word I'm using as a style means basically when we are doing something, we do follow some style in doing that thing. Let me give a simple example. Earlier, when we used to construct our homes, like at our father age, if you think about 30 years ago, how we used to construct a home for our family when we are okay. Nowadays, forget about this skyscrapers and all these things. When you think about constructing one individual house, right, independent house, 30-40 years ago, how do we use it to construct a home? At our father age, if you look at that houses, first they use it to construct one. They use it to dig the floor completely in a square format. They use it to make some rock basement, right? And on top of the rock basement, or okay, not about your father says, let's go for one more little older age, your grandparents is. So because you're kids, so I can compare with my father is, but for you definitely you compare with your grandfather is. Then one rock basement, and on top of the rock basement, they do construct some walls directly. They did, and they use it to put very thick walls, right? So more than 1 feet of thick walls, because the whole strength has to lie on the walls only. Then directly on top of the walls, they use it to make some roof, maybe with different sort of materials, or they use it to make some slabs also, like concrete slab also. They use it to make up, but it is completely getting laid on the strength of walls only. That's why they use it to construct the walls, very thick walls, because the entire weight has to put on the walls itself. There are no pillars, columns, what actually today we are using iron, concrete mixing and all these things. That was not the mechanism that available at that times. Then they constructed one house, they were happy. Now today they wanted to make one more floor on top of that. They wanted to construct another floor on top of that roof. It is just, you think like it is a concrete flat slab only they have made it. Now they wanted to make one more room on top of that building. Can they? Can they construct?
No, I think it will fall. Like today we can, in the earlier structures we cannot.
No, we cannot. But somehow they taken some risk. They reduced some weight and they made one more room just with very lightweight material. They made one more room. Slowly, somehow they adjusted, and finally they arrived also to that extent. You just think like that. Then can they make a third floor on top of that? Definitely not, because the big that weight. Even if they construct one more, thick walls also on top of that, basically the base itself cannot able to hold that weight. But of course, we had no other way. We had to construct our homes like that only, because by that time, that was the only best mechanism available. So that we used to construct like that only. But after a period of time, there is a change arrived. The way you are constructing a building got changed. Now, how we are constructing the building is all about, like, instead of making the walls first and instead of making the thick walls, we are building the columns first, the concrete iron combination columns, the pillars we are making. Then once the pillars made, directly we are putting the slab, right, the roof on top of the pillars. So the entire roof is just now laying on the pillars alone, right? After that, we are constructing the walls. Even now, that walls we are just making simply with one single line bricks also. Just in 5 inches of brick wall itself is enough, because the wall is just only for the purpose of separating the rooms. The whole strength of the building is laying on the pillars, but not on the walls. And now you wanted to make one more floor on that. So what is your comfort for making one more floor on this building? Can you make it?
Yes.
Yes. You are confident. You are not double checking, like, will my building able to sustain that weight or not? No, definitely we can increase. Now you can extend your pillars to one more floor. You can make it, you can make again another double bedroom flat, direct entire ground floor you can again reconstruct as a first floor as well. Then on top of that, you wanted to make one more floor, absolutely you can go ahead. The change, the way you are constructing the building, and because of this mechanism come to available, definitely we are following this one. Why the reason? Because we are getting n number of advantages in this style, in this way of making. What are the advantages are we getting? Can you list out some of the advantages by comparing these two methodologies of constructing a building?
Strength.
Strength,
Durability.
durability, exactly. Strength or durability almost like synonyms, but definitely, you can able to save the cost. Definitely, there is a huge amount of raw material you are spending over there. You think that iron and cement? No, definitely not. There you have to construct around 1 feet to 1.5 feet width of walls. Earlier old buildings, if you see, you will be able to see that huge width of walls you can able to find out there, because even then also. So there it is taking longer time to complete the building. It is taking huge materials. Definitely, it is having the impact on the cost and the durability of the building and extensibility. So in technical terms, extensibility. Tomorrow, if you want to extend it further more with some more features, like some more room to add on, there is a big question about that, to what extent will that extensibility possible in that one. And if you wanted to make some changes in the building, suppose somebody said that, hey, you change this room from this side to that side and change this door from this side to that side, something like that. Then if I try to make some changes, my entire building also might have a chance to get collapsed. But here in my new way of styling in building my program, certainly, whatever I can remove a wall, simply I can remove the whole wall and I can make a new wall which is not having any impact on the strength of my building, because the style, the way we build this new style of infrastructure, new style of making that building construction is different here. So you can build it in less time, you can save the cost, you can save the time. the building durability, the building extensibility, or all the advantages. When these number of advantages are just appearing in front of you and available to you, will you still go with the old style of construction? Definitely not. The same way, the application developments also we can compare of. Application development, when we are writing the coding for developing an application is equal to constructing a building. Constructing an application is equal to constructing a building. You will plan that, you will think about the requirement accordingly, you will start write code, and then you will start build things, and step on step, you will finally complete the whole product. In the earlier days, we used to have so many programming languages like C, COBOL, Pascal, whatnot. So many programming languages were there in 1970s, 1980s, 1990s. Eventually, so many languages also got introduced. But the initial age of programming languages, if you talk about, they used to follow one kind of programming style. That is called procedural programming. That particular programming style is called procedural programming. In procedural programming, your focus always is on the functionality, and that is one style of development, one style of making the code, writing the code. Okay, and that is called procedural programming. And people started noticing some drawbacks in the procedural programming. Hey, we are actually expecting some kind of we arrived at a particular requirement to make some changes in this, but that is leading me to make some changes in so many places. Basically, the reason is because of the architectural style you followed over there, the procedural way of programming. And tomorrow, if you wanted to make some extensions to the programming, you know, here or there, somewhere it is again failing. The existing process itself is again getting impacted because of adding a new feature or the new functionality in your existing application. And it is leading to write so much of code redundantly in multiple times. The same piece of code we are going to repeat in multiple places because to address to the required functionality. These are all the reasons these are all the disadvantages. I mean, these are all the drawbacks basically that people noticed over the period of time because when we started using only, we will come to know what are the things which we are not able to arrive, not able to achieve, which we are missing out. Then they listed out that these are all the drawbacks which we noticed by following this style. So we have to make a new style. We should switch to a new programming style. Exactly, that was the time in 1980s. The people, the IT community, the software community arrived at a different style of programming that is called object-oriented programming. So it is a style basically. That's what it is called, object-oriented programming. Object-oriented means, orientation means the focus. Our focus will be on the object, not on the procedure, not on the job, but on the object. We will give the complete attention to the object. We will build everything around the object. We will think about the object. We will construct the object. We will build everything around the object. Object always will be the center point, will be the focusing point. This is called object-oriented programming. It is a style and lot of advantages. I just said, like in the new style of building construction, here you will find a very good durability. You can complete the code in less time, and you can able to comfortably add new features, new functionalities after some time after the initial development get done, and the program with less number of code, with less number of lines of code, you can able to make reuse of lot of code, repeat it instead of repeating the code. Like you can reduce the redundancy, and in overall, it is bringing up so many advantages together. Those advantages they have listed out in more technical way, like encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, and persistency, and testing. There are like that some headings you can find. So these are all the advantages which you can find out. These are all the advantages which you can gain by following this new style. Definitely, who is ready to miss these advantages? Who still don't want to follow the object-oriented programming, even after they come to know that these are all the advantages which we are getting, which we will miss if we don't follow this. Definitely, once if they can able to taste that, then definitely they will able to follow this. They will definitely follow this object-oriented programming only. Got it, team? So that is the introduction. Once this new style of programming is introduced by the IT community, then all the programming languages invented after that period became object-oriented programming languages. Because definitely that is the best. That is the best. So the new programming languages which born after this period, all the languages not born in 1970s only, right? Like Java kind of languages are born after the late 1980s. So all the languages which born after this object-oriented programming principles are introduced, then all the languages by birth they're born like an object-oriented programming languages, like .NET, like Java, like Python, whatnot. Those are all the languages today. We call them as like object-oriented programming languages. And by the way, let me ask you one question. So just a general questionality. May I know who is the senior here, Java or ABAP? Which is older language, Java or ABAP? No
ABAP.
problem.
ABAP, I think.
Okay, what about others?
Yes, ABAP.
What do you think?
The oldest one is Java.
Java, I think.
Good.
For me, it's Java.
For
So
you,
that
it's
I
Java.
think fourth generation language.
Actually, ABAP became like a fourth generation language, but ABAP started in 1970s. Team. By that time, Java not born actually in the world.
Exactly.
When SAP started their ERP products in 1970s, right? So by that time itself, they have developed their own programming language, and they started their product developments like R2 and R3 also on this new programming language. By that time, some of the programming languages which were available, which were existed by that time, are about Pascal, COBOL, C. So SAP basically blended all that languages. They have taken best of all that languages, and they have developed their own programming language because they are very clear on their target. They wanted to develop some kind of enterprise grade applications. For that, definitely they need some best of the best programming language, which they have not seen in any of that other languages which were there by that time. So SAP first made their own programming language by, as I said, like by blending all the languages by that time, and they come up with their own language called ABAP. Then they started developing their products, all their business applications by using their ABAP only. So the ABAP started its journey in 1970s itself. So when ABAP was there in the market, when ABAP was existed, by that time Java was not there. So definitely because Java born in 1980s, so definitely ABAP is senior than Java. Of course, here not matter of senior or junior. I'm just giving that heads up. And secondly, when ABAP actually started, when ABAP actually introduced, I mean, developed by SAP, by that time, even SAP also doesn't know, or no other company, because it was not there at all. Object-oriented programming, no one knows in the world at that times. At the times, people knows the only style, procedural programming, not the object, because object-oriented programming was not even there. That word object-oriented, that kind of mechanism was not there at that times. So when ABAP born as a language, it was a procedural programming language only, as like all other remaining procedural programming languages. But eventually, when the object-oriented principles are added, introduced, and when other languages are born as object-oriented languages by birth, and as they are getting their own set of advantages by following that new style of coding standards, new style of developments, SAP and all other companies also realized that it is the time we have to switch we have to inject those new features also into our languages. We have to make our languages also to support object-oriented programming. That is how SAP added injected the features into ABAP, and slowly, step on step, one after one, I will give you that history path. ABAP slowly become like a complete full-fledged object-oriented programming language. So when ABAP born, initially it is not object-oriented programming, it was a procedural programming, but as I said, eventually it became a object-oriented programming. Now the complete object-oriented features are 100% supported by ABAP. We can able to achieve that. It is as equal as like your Java and other object-oriented programming languages also. There is no question about that. There's no doubt about it, right? And that concept SAP named as like ABAP objects. So that is what we are learning. So that is about a small introduction of object-oriented programming. Now let us come to the more into technical. So what is called object-oriented programming? How do we identify that? How do we differentiate that? And what is the difference between procedural programming and the object-oriented programming? In object-oriented programming, as I said, like the emphasis, the focus will be on the object, I said, right? Here, object means the entity, the real life entity on which you are basically developing your application. That is the meaning of object. For example, you are developing some you are developing some software for Indian Railways. So when you are developing some software for Indian Railways, for helping the Indian Railways to operate their business operations like ticket bookings, cancellations, reservations, and this and that, and all these things. In that particular requirement, who is the center point? What is the real entity around which you are basically trying to establish a certain functionality? In that particular scenario, the train actually is the real entity. You can see that physically, yeah. Every functionality is basically getting executed around one train. There are multiple trains, right? But train is the center for focusing point. All your reservations, all your cancellations, all your inquiries, all your bookings, everything is various functionalities, but moving around your object. Here, object in the sense, the real life instance that we will build in our application as an object. And we will write everything around that object. First, we have to identify that. What is the object in this case? And then how do we create that object? How many objects do we need to create? As many trains you have, that many objects will get created in your program. As many trains you wanted to handle, that many objects you will develop in your program, and you will play around that. Each object is actually indicating one instance, one physical instance. Exactly, one physical instance. Object is your physical instance. You should be in a position to imagine that always. Okay, on the other way, you are developing some application for TCS employees. When somebody taken the interview and after that, offer letter released, and then they onboarded, and then they assigned to project, and then they got promoted, and then they got resigned, and so many things happened over a journey for 5 years of an employee in a company. So for doing all these things, for establishing all these things, you are asked to develop some application. Of course, data will be there in database, some tables you will create, that is different. But in the program, how things will get managed, how the functionality will get managed, you will develop some screens, you will create some tables. Apart from that, the logic, the place where you are building the logic when we are talking about that. So in this requirement, each employee who is basically physically existed will be treated in your application as an object. Exactly, as an object. Suppose one car competition is going, right? So many cars are participating in that race. And so many people are basically making some, bookings and all things, right, on that racing game. Exactly. In that program, lot of things, lot of logic you are going to build, where in that the car will be your object. Exactly. So we have to identify what is actually called object. And how do we bring that into our coding? How can I bring that physical instance, physical existed object into my coding? You can able to imagine on your screen that some cars are moving. You can able to imagine that some employees are there on your screen. Object is always the physical instance, the real instance. And around that, we are building the coding. That is basically the definition for object-oriented programming. Then how do we create that kind of objects in our program? Whether it is in Java, ABAP, .NET, no matter what team, this concept always remains the same. Because object-oriented programming is not belongs to Java, it is not belongs to ABAP, or it's not belongs to any other programming language. It is one universal standard that IT community has developed. It is an open standard. It is not a proprietary thing that only this company owned all these things and this particular language only do all these things. No. It is an open standard. It is a style of making the development. Still, even whether you are following that style of making or not, that is personally your choice. But definitely, still, see again the same way. If you still wanted to construct the home in the old style, that is up to you. But definitely, your seniors, your leads may not accept the way you are writing the coding unless you follow the. Hey, why did you write the code like this? Why did you not follow the object-oriented styling? If you make like this, tomorrow it is very difficult to maintain this program. If somebody wants to come and make some changes in this coding, it leads to so many inconsistencies. First of all, why did you not follow object-oriented coding style? Your team lead will come and directly ask you. And SAP also started switching all their existed applications, existed coding, which they have developed in the earlier days, completely into object-oriented style of developments. And all the future developments definitely will get happen on this way of developing your application. So how do we create objects in our program? How can we bring that real life instance into our coding, into our applications? That is possible by knowing two things, just only two things. And I'm not only sharing these things, team, because I'm trying to elaborate little more, because to make your minds very clear on this, because this is your future. For next 10 years, every day of your life is going to happen around these things. That's the reason I'm putting more emphasis on this particular subject line. I'm trying my best actually to inject these concepts into your minds. You can able to imagine that. Visualization is very important. It is just not like a theoretical definition to read 2 lines of definition somewhere and then do start work on things. The moment you can able to realize things, you can able to, visualize and sensible that, you will see that magic. This is very important also for all of your upcoming learnings, projects, project developments, project deliveries, etc. In any of these languages, if you wanted to learn about, if you wanted to create objects, and if you wanted to play around objects, two things you should know. Only two things, nothing more. If you know those two things well, you're masters in object-oriented programming. It's such simple. Only two things you should understand completely to play around the objects. What are that? Number one, classes. Number two, interfaces. If you know about these two things, you're so perfect about object-oriented programming. The same thing you will see in any language also. Okay. So as I said, two types of concepts you should understand to create objects and to play around the objects. What are the two things? Number one is classes. Number two is interfaces. So what are these classes and interfaces? Both are pretty much same, except a small difference between these two. And why we have like that? There is a purpose. That is the reason they have made these two things available for you. Purposefully, intentionally, they have created these two things so that you are going to get some advantages. At a point in time, you will understand, you will doubt that, hey, why do we need interfaces? Only classes I am finding everywhere, classes are good enough. Still, even why do I need interface? There is a purpose. It is bringing up a very, very, very good feature, especially when it comes to the polymorphism concept. For that purpose only, they have added this concept of interfaces also. It is equally important, so don't neglect that. But so equally, we have to learn about these two things, classes and interfaces. Okay, we will come to the interface concept a little later. First, let us talk about the class. What is actually class? Okay, first I will ask with the question. Yeah, so team, someone of you try to summarize what is class? Collection of objects. Class is a blueprint of an object. To some extent, that is good. May not
Class,
about collection. Yeah.
yeah, class is a collection of object that is define the particular object. Like in the class, we have to define the uh, methods and variables and all.
Methods and attributes. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, attributes.
Methods and attributes. That is good. Any other definitions, team? Will someone try to add something on top of this? Collect collection of objects. See, when it comes to collection of objects, I'm not sure how many of you remembered. There is a concept in the programming languages called arrays. In C language, C++, you might, in Java also, you might hear about arrays. Did you hear about arrays?
Yes.
What is array?
Yeah, it's also a collection of similar type of object.
Similar type of values, okay?
Well,
Then can I say again the same thing I'm giving the same line I'm saying about classes also? Does that mean array and class are same? Because someone said that class is a collection of objects. Array is also a collection of objects of same type. Class is also collection of objects of same type. When I
but class is not similar type of object. Means we can define any type of object there in a class, like different type of method and different type of variables are there.
No. Different methods you can have, different attributes we can have, but from the
Yes.
class, whatever objects you are creating, they're all of same type. All objects are of same type, which are deriving from the same class. Anyhow, I will come to that. But array and class still, according to you people, are sounding like the same thing. Are they both same? No. Okay. No problem, team. So let me give you one simple comparison example like this. Objects are the real instances I said. For example, in your program, you are comparing, you are dealing about 3 employees. Employee 1, employee 2, employee 3. 3 employees, you just think like you are dealing with 3 employees. You are comparing whose salary is more, you are comparing whose age is more, and you are comparing who is senior, surrounding some things. So you are playing around 3 employees in your program at some point of time. That means how many objects are moving around there at that moment? The requirement is that in your program at a point of time, you are actually try to handle, you are actually comparing certain things between 3 objects. I mean, between 3 employees, I said, right? Employee 1, employee 2, employee 3. There are 3 employees you are comparing. Among these 3 employees, so who is senior, who is junior, and who joined when, like that, those things you are comparing at a moment. That means in
3 objects.
object-oriented terminology, you are handling about 3 objects. So team, you think like 3 employees means, are the same person or 3 different persons?
Different person.
Exactly. Physically, there are 3 people. You think object is a physical instance. Object is exactly the physical instance. What are the instances we are dealing with in our life, at our home, at our surroundings? Those only will come and play in your program also as objects. When you are dealing with the 3 employees, each employee is an independent one. Each employee is having his name, his age, his date of birth, his date of joining, and etc. That all will be handled in your program like 3 objects. Now you are comparing 3 objects. You are sorting 3 objects. You are putting who should stand first and who should stand behind. You are arranging 3 objects. You are playing with the 3 employees. You are equally playing with the 3 objects. Those 3 objects might get created from the same class or different classes. What is the relation between class and object? We will come to know. But first of all, you're actually, your one car race gaming is happening. So 10 cars are actually, running on the race court. 10 cars are moving. Now car number 5 came to first row. Again, car number 3 came. Again, car number 7 came to the first place. Again, race is going on. So 10 cars are going with different speeds. In between, car number 7 damaged. Okay, it met with some accident. Now 9 cars only there in the race. 9 cars are moving on. And again, among that, the car number 9 came to the first place. Again, it's changing. So in your program at that moment, how many objects are racing?
Total number of cars means if the car is 5, then object will be 5.
No, I said 10 cars, no, they're participating in the race.
10 cars, yes. If the car is 10, then object will be 10.
10 objects. So among that one car damaged, now in your program, how many objects are there? One car in the race, one car met with some accident, one car not there in the race now. Now that means one object also gone from your program out. Now your program is continuing. Now your program is continuing with how many more objects?
9.
9 objects, exactly. See, team, try to visualize that 10 cars are playing in your code like 10 objects. Now one car damaged, it's not in the race anymore. That means your program also has only 9 objects. Now your program is moving on. Your program further moving with only 9 objects. Among that, whichever comes first in the race, that object you will announce, that object, that driver name, that car number, that all that information is there in that object. That many employees, that many cars, that many clients, whatever it is all called an object. Each object, as I said, like a ball, you think like a ball, like a physical object, right? Each object will have some information belongs to it. For example, earlier example, I said like 3 employees. So 3 employees you treated like 3 objects, right?
Yes.
Okay, now we are working with around 3 employees by comparing who is senior, etc. That means currently you are playing with 3 objects. Will every employee will have its own employee ID, employee name, or all they have same ID, same name?
Different.
Yeah.
Different.
Each
So
employee have different.
right. So like that, because that is my personal property, my name, my surname, my age, my date of birth, my CTC, right? So my Aadhaar card, my PAN number, this is all my personal information, my own information. As a physical entity, this is my data. Like that in your program, each object will have its own data within it. If you open one object, like you think like object is like an egg. You think like one object is an egg. If you open that egg, if you open the shell, you will find some matter inside. You will find some content inside. Like that, every object, if you open the object, if you break it, and if you open the shell of the object, you will see some content inside that object. What is that content? That is the properties, that is the values belongs to that one object. That is nowhere related to any other object separately. Those are called attributes of the object, like my ID, my PAN number, my Aadhaar card, my name, my surname, my date of birth, my date of joining. These are all my own attributes as a physical person. When it goes to your train, the train number, starting station, destination, weekly on which days it is traveling, how many bogies, what is the seating capacity, how many second ACs, how many third ACs, how many general compartments are there. That is all the complete personal information about one particular train. That means that is called attributes of one object. As many objects you will have, every object will have that kind of information within itself. Those are called attributes. You got me?
Yes.
So if you break and open one object, what will you see inside?
Attributes.
Attributes.
Attributes means
Whatever the content they have,
exactly the values.
Continue.
So every attribute
properties.
will properties. You can call it properties. You can call it attributes. Like what are the property names? Every property has to identify by name. So attributes will have some name, and every name will have some value. For example, ID, my employee ID, name, my name, surname, my surname, PAN, my PAN number, and DOB, my date of birth, DOJ, my date of joining. So these are all the names of the attributes. Every attribute will have some corresponding value. And this is the information will be there in every shell, in every object. Every object will have this information commonly within itself. There is no relation, there is no copy pasting, okay? There is no common storage. Every object will have its own matter within itself. Those are called attributes or properties of that particular object. In your program, when you are playing with the 10 objects, will all 10 objects will have its own set of data within itself, within themselves? Yes, no doubt.
Yes.
Don't think like I asked a very logical question. No, nothing like that. Yes. Answer is simple yes. 10 objects will have their own set of data. Then, to play with some data, to play along with that data, play in the sense, I wanted to change the name of the surname of, I wanted to change the surname of third employee. First object is okay, second object is okay. In third object, for third employee, surname is wrongly entered somehow. I wanted to change the surname of the third object. So then which object I should open? Should I open the first object or should I open third object? So third one I should open and I should go and I should erase the surname and I should write a new surname and again I should lock that object. I should again attach that shell. You just think like it is a concealed cell. I opened it and I erased the surname which is wrongly written there and I have entered the new name and again I closed it up. Exactly. We can do that. We can change that. But to keep the data little safe, secure, what actually we are doing is that for doing the job, we are not actually allowed to do break the egg. So once if you break it again, you cannot stick it back. So break the egg again while changing the surname, other things also might get impacted. So because of to keep the data in that object safely, what actually we are doing is like in every object, there are some helping assistants also there. There is one assistant guy. You can call him. He is also there inside the object. Follow me carefully, team. He is also there inside the object. And what I can tell him, hey man, please come here. Can you please go and change the surname of this employee? You tell him. He will. You give the new name. He will go and safely erase the surname and put the new name there over there. You will say finally, thank you, thanks for your help. You can say that. You can say to that person. That means there is a very secured storage room is there. You just think like that thing. There is a very secured room there in your office building. Okay. And you are all not allowed basically get into the room and do changes and everything. There is a person standing outside the room. You wanted to keep something inside the room, but at the same time, you are not directly allowed to go inside and to see what is there inside and to change because you may do any damage also there. Instead of that, you go there. There is a person who is standing at the door. You give that item and you request, hey, can you please keep this item inside? He will say, surely. He will take your phone and he will go and he will keep it inside. And again, whenever you wanted that item, again, are you allowed to go into the room and then bring out your item? No. You again go there. You tell to that person, hey, can you please bring my phone back? He will go inside. He will bring your phone back and he will give it to you. But there is a person, an authorized person, who is not letting you to directly enter into the room, but doing everything for you. But he is the authorized person only to do that. So those which are basically letting you to do things happen for you. So which are basically restricting you for not entering into the room and then do whatever damage that you may do. You may not intend it to do, but it may happen. So I don't want to allow you. Instead of that, let that person, authorized person who is there to go inside, do things, keep the things there inside the room and then nothing but inside your object and bring anything from the inside the object back to you. But you are not allowed to do directly into the object and keep something directly in the object or bring out something directly from the object. You think like object is that secured room, but there is a person to do the job for you, right? Exactly. Those are called here as methods. We call them as methods. You will be having some methods for every object. In every object, I mean to say, in every object, you will have that methods. Method is like a executable code, some piece of code. What is one method is doing? You give the surname, new surname, it will change the old surname to new surname because that is a job which is already coded in that method. That is the method only for changing the surname. There is another method. If you call that method is just like a program to call, man, just a statement to call. If you call that guy, that means there are multiple authorized people there in front of the room. They will do different things for you inside that room, like that. So simply here, another method is there. If you ask that guy, he will bring out everything what is there inside the object to you and show it on your screen. You want to see what is the name, what is the date of birth, what is the age and everything. You are not allowed to enter into that room. Instead of that, you ask that guy, hey, can you please bring out to me everything what is there inside that room? Yes. He will tell that this is the ID, this is the name, this is the age, this is the date of joining, date of birth of that particular object. Like that, every object you have to treat like every room, separate room. And in order to handle your attributes, handle in the sense either to change them, read them, write them, anything, store them, any operation you wanted to do on the attributes, there are some methods to do that job. Like that, we are keeping the data very safe, very secured inside your object. Of course, there is no mandatory rules to follow that. You only can directly go, you only can directly change anything you want. You can do that if you make your object like that, but that's not recommended. That's not the right way. We don't do our development like that. We always keep the highest importance to the data inside the object. So we will keep it always in a very private zone so that no one can able to touch it unless only the methods The methods are very properly coded so that they will take care of every necessary action in order to handle your attributes. Let me give you one simple example. Suppose one employee age is there as like 55. Employee age is there like 55. It is wrong. Actually, his age is 45. You are directly allowed to go and change it. You just think like that. Then you know what will happen? You will go there. By mistake, what happened is instead of changing 45, while changing, you made it like minus 45. What is the meaning of employee age is minus 45? Is there any meaning?
No.
Is it not a big blunder in the data consistency, data code? Because by mistake, it happened that you changed the value instead of 45 to minus 45. Does that mean that he is going to born after 45 years? No, definitely not. One car is going, car speed currently 30 kilometers. Now you increased the car speed. Now car is going to 60 kilometers speed. Now suddenly that value you change it to minus 20. Will a car go with minus 20 speed?
No, it can't.
No. Can a car have minus 20 speed? Even if it goes in reverse order also, still even it is 20 kilometers speed only will say. We don't say minus 20. Agree?
Yes.
Yes.
So there must be a there must be the consistency to the data. Data always to be dealt with so much of sense, so much of care that methods will ensure. Do you know? If you give minus 20, that method will not go and change that speed. It will check the logic. If you give the age minus 45, instead of you change it, you have to give the new value to method. You call one method, hey method, change age. The method name is change age. Like that, you will have some methods. How many methods you will have? Depend on how many you are creating. But when you ask that method, can you please change the age of this employee? And if you give minus 45, will it go and change it? No, it won't change it because it is doing all the checks, all the validations. It will say, hey, why did you give me minus 45? Do you think I am a fool? No, I am not going to change that. Give me the proper age. It will return back, but it will not change. So still that old value 55 only will left over there. When you give the proper value, then only it will go and change the age of that employee. If you give 35, 45, it will change. If you give 550, it will not change. Because that method is coded as such. That method is coded to validate the input provided by the user, check the value of the data, then only change the values of the attributes. Otherwise, no. This is the concept called encapsulation. One of the technical advantages we have talked about, right? Encapsulation. Encapsulation means keeping the data secured by not letting anybody to go and change the data, but only letting the methods handling the data inside the object, so that methods will ensure always the data is consistent and persisted properly. We can achieve that level by following this way of development. This is the advantage which we cannot get in procedural programming, but which is possible to happen in object-oriented programming. One of that advantage is called encapsulation. That is called encapsulating, capsule. We are capsulating the data in a very strong shell. No others can able to touch that, but only methods. And methods cannot do everything whatever you asked for. They are very smart. They will do only the allowed things only. By the way, we are keeping our data always in a safe and secured manner inside an object. This is all about inside an object. That concept is called encapsulation. Like that, you can find the other benefits like inheritance, like polymorphism. So many benefits you can able to experience when we are really using the power of object-oriented programming in our application developments. So it is not something like a very heavy subject team. You just try to summarize these things more in a, that's why I'm trying to compare these things with our very general things happening in our life. I always compare not only this, so many such kind of comparisons you will see in my explanations. I always connect the things to our very close things in and around us, so that we can able to imagine that things. The concept will clearly get into our minds. That is how object will work. Each object is a physical instance in your life. Each object will have its own data, properties. My property is only mine. My ID, my PAN number not belongs to anybody else in the world. That is one object will own. Like that, every object will have the data within itself. And to handle that data, there are some methods. Methods are nothing but, each method is nothing but like a mini program. A program which is very well coded, in which all precautions are already taken care, and that methods only will handle that properties. That methods only will allow to touch, access, change, or delete the values of the attributes, the information of the attributes. By the way, the data always will kept in secured manner. This is the concept called encapsulation. So every object is having two things within itself. What are that? Attributes and methods. ID, name, PAN number, Aadhaar number, these are all called attributes. Each attribute will have its corresponding value. And to play around that attributes, we have the methods. Is it clear, team, for everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Perfect. Now the question will comes in, how do we create these objects? How can we create these objects in our program? Can I directly create 3 objects, 4 objects? No, we don't create the objects. We cannot create the objects directly in our program. Objects we cannot create directly in our program team. Then what is the way? This is the way. Before you create an object, for creating an object, first of all, you have to build one molding. Let me give this example. Ganesh festival, we will celebrate Ganesh festival, right? 9 days festival, Ganesh festival, we will celebrate now. Vinayaka Chauthi or Ganapati Chaturthi, we call it like. When you go to market, you will see some Ganesh idols. I mean, small idols. You think about the small made up with some mud. You will see some idols. There are some 10 Ganesh idols are there. How that Ganesh 10 idols are there? There are different, so many types of Ganeshas. One Ganesha sit in flower, one Ganesha sit in sat on his vehicle at mouse, and then one Ganesha might stand in standing position, something like that. Different Ganeshas are there. You just think about one Ganesha. One Ganesha, you liked it very much, especially. There are 10 idols are there, same. First of all, how they made that Ganesha idol?
Using mold.
Exactly. First of all, they will make a mold. So that mold will define what is the height of the idol should come, and how that idol should get outcome. What is the it should make it in some flower Ganesha or some mouse Ganesha, standing Ganesha, sitting Ganesha, whatever it is, and how many ornaments Ganesha should have, and on the crown it should be like gold model crown or some cloth or whatever it is. Finally, that everything you will plan and you will make some molding first. You will make a mold. From the mold, you can create multiple instances, multiple IDs. Now, by using the same mold, I can just instantly, I can create a 10 IDs. Now, physically, how many idols are made? By using that mold, I made 10 idols.
10.
10.
Now in front of you, you can see one mold plus 10 Ganeshas, isn't it?
Yes.
Those 10 Ganesh. So, will you go and buy a mold or will you buy a Ganesh idol?
Ganesh idol.
Ganesh idol only. We don't buy the mold. We'll buy the. So now in front of you, you can see there is one mold plus 10 Ganesh idols. Exactly. That mold is your class. It is not an object. It is a class. It's not an idol. We don't worship to that mold. Right? It is a class. Basically, it contains the definition how exactly the output should come out. And now I have made 10 idols. Those 10 idols are your 10 objects. Now, physically, you have 10 instances which you can touch with your hand. Exactly in your program also, you have 10 objects. And by the way, all the idols made out of that mold Looks like same or looks different?
Same.
Same.
Exactly same. 100% same. Just the only difference is that for one ideal you can apply red color, another ideal you apply blue color, another ideal you apply green color, and for one ideal ornaments you put gold color, for another ornaments you change. So each object will have its own values while representing that, but they're all same. All ideals made come out of that molds are the same. They look like the same, but every ideal is different. Every ideal is different. Every ideal is having its own properties. He can have his own colors. All maybe in red color, or all 10 ideals can be in 10 different colors. That every object can carry on its own. Those are called attributes. Attributes are individual to every object. So ornaments I can change different colors in the sense different value I'm putting in. Ornament colors I'm changing, but the ornament style remains the same. So all these 10 objects which are created from the same mold are same, looks like same. And but still they are 10 different ideals. It's not one ideal. Like that, from one class, if I create 3 objects, they're all same employee PAN number, like that properties. Other objects will not have customer ID, customer name, customer phone number. No, they're all employee objects. That means all objects are having the same attributes. Values are different. Don't confuse with attributes and value stream. Each attribute will have value. Each attribute will have value. Like my PAN. PAN is an attribute. That value of my PAN is different, value of other PAN is different. That molding from which we have generated these 10 ideals, that molding is called class. From the class, we are instantiating n number of instances. Now, by using that Ganesh ideal, that Ganesh molding, how many ideals you can make?
As many as we want.
Perfect, perfect, absolutely. Here also as many objects as you wanted. Now, that Ganesh ideal is a 2 feet, just 1 feet Ganesh ideal. Now, I wanted to make some 3 feet Ganesh idol with not with 4 hands, but with 8 hands. Uh, Earlier, Ganesh was 4 hands. And now I wanted a 3 feet Ganesha idol with 8 hands. And also, one big hill should come and he has to sit on top of that hill kind of thing. Then first, what should I do? Can I make one more Ganesh idol?
Make a mold.
We'll create another mold.
Exactly. You have to take another mold because here your requirement is completely different. This is no more employee object. This is a car object. Your purpose altogether is completely different thing. You have to make a new mold. First, you have to make a new mold. From there, you can create n number of instances, n number of ideals. Here also, you have to create a new class. First, you create a new class. Don't think like once if you have a class, you have the object. No. Once if you have the mold, do you think Ganesh ideal is also there? Mold is only mold, right? You have to generate the ideal. Agree?
Yes.
You have to generate. How many ideals you generate? That many are only there. If you generate 3 ideals, you have only 3 ideals. That means you have only 3 objects. As many as you want, according to your requirement, you will generate. First, you have to create a mold. Like that, first you have to create a class. Inside that class, you will mention, these are all the attributes my objects should have. These are all the methods my objects should have. So what your objects should have, that will be first defined in the mold. Then all the objects will have that same set of things. So inside your mold, how you prepare things like that, inside your class, you will prepare, okay, these are the attributes should be copied for every of my object. These are the methods should be available in every of my object, because your object is completely getting generated based on the mold, based on the class. So it is a copy. Earlier somebody said like a blueprint or something. Exactly, mold is also like a blueprint. From there, the real prints will come out. And when we are printing marriage cards or something else, also we'll prepare that stencils. That stencil will contain the exact definition. Then as many copies you are making out of that stencil, all copies remains the same. Then here also from the class, once if the class is created, we will start building number of objects around it. So we have to create a class first. How do we create a class? There are 2 ways. There are 2 types of classes we can create. One is called local class, and the second thing is called global class. Very simple difference. Inside a program, like in SAP ABAP, you are writing a new program. Instantly, then and there, you can create a class first. And for that class, you can create objects also. But that class and that objects you can use only in that program, nowhere else outside. That class you cannot use in other places, because that class is created only for that particular program purpose. In that program only, you will use that class and you will use the objects of that class in that program itself. That is called local classes. A local class is a class which you have created inside a program so that you can use that class only in that program. Other way, there is a global repository. You can create a class like a global class. There is a transaction code called SC24. I will show you on the screen all these things. Once if you create like a global class, then you can create the objects of that class in any of your programs. Not only that, all of your friends, colleagues, all of them also can use that class for creating objects for their programs also. In their, whenever they want, wherever they want, they can use your class for generating objects. Once the molding is ready, anybody can create objects out of that molding team. But is that mold is there inside only for you inside a program? That is a local mold. You can only use in that program only you can use. And you yourself also cannot use in any other program that belongs to you. But if it is created like a global class, then you can use that mold, you can use that class in any of your programs. And not only that, even others also can able to use that class. That is the only difference. Other than that, remaining all same. That is called local classes and global classes. Exactly the same concept will apply for interfaces also. Interface also is exactly equal to a class, except one small difference. We will talk about that soon. You will get into that. Interface also is a class, except one small difference. We will discuss that. Now try to summarize what is called class now. Now you tell me what is class in your own words.
A class defines the methods and uh, attributes for the objects.
For the last word I did not get. Class defines the attributes and methods for
Objects.
exactly. How many objects we can create?
N number of objects.
As many as you can.
How many classes we can create?
According to our requirement, we can do.
Right, team. According to our requirement, how many Ganesh molds you can create? As many as you want. From each molding, how many Ganesh ideals you wanted to make? As much as you want to. Exactly. You compare these two with this concept. So it is a definition. Class is a definition. It contains the definition of attributes and methods, and all the objects getting generated from the same class will behave in the same way because they're all derived from the same class. So they will have their own set of values. Each object will have its own set of values, but they're identical because they're all generated from the same class. But if I have two classes and if I have two different objects, certainly one is a very small object and one is a very big object. Employee object is different, car object is different. Car object is different, train object is different because they're all getting generated from different classes. How many attributes and how many methods will be there inside a class is depend on your requirement. Every class may have 100 attributes and 100 methods also, 5 attributes and 5 methods also, only 10 attributes and 2 methods also, 0 attributes but only methods, or so many attributes without any methods. Absolutely, all possible combinations are okay. Every class can have attributes, can have methods also. But this is for other programming languages. But when it comes to ABAP, there is another component also there inside your class. We discussed attributes and we discussed methods. There is other component also there inside that shell that is called events. A class can have events also, but that is little advanced, not required at this moment. But definitely we will discuss that point as well. Now, this one you will not see in other languages too. In ABAP only you will see that. ABAP classes will have these three types of components within them. Attributes, methods, and another special component is there that is called events. Because it is a business programming language, for some particular purpose and reasons, we have this component also, events, but we will talk about this thing. I will explain you through some small PPT here. Right. So we will summarize in a more presented way of these things, whatever we discussed it. And also at the same time, I will show you these things on the system also in developing of the classes. I know some of you have already created these things earlier, but we will, try to frame that in a proper order, the way how we discussed, right? So ABAP objects is the object-oriented extension of ABAP, because initially ABAP was not object-oriented language. But later it became like an object-oriented language, very much similar to your Java language. Okay, so basically any object-oriented language, if you wanted to learn, two things you should know. One is classes, and the second one is interfaces. ABAP objects is based on classes and interfaces. And what they will have, classes and interfaces will have attributes and also methods as the components. Components means what is there inside. That is called components. So they have attributes and also methods. Both will be there. As I said, class and interface both are equal, except a very small difference. Okay, until then you treat both of them as equal only. Once if you come to know the difference between those two, you can realize, okay, why it is like that. You can able to compare. So objects are created from classes. See, all these statements very sensibly, very carefully, so that tomorrow when somebody asks any question, you can exactly frame it out. It is collection of objects. Class is collection of objects. No, class is not collection of objects. Morning, some of the definition we try to frame like that. No, class is not collection of objects. Now you see Ganesh idol and Ganesh mold. Now Ganesh idol, Ganesh mold, how do you define? Class, how do you define? Is it collection of objects? No, that is completely different meaning. Different sounding. 10 Ganesh idols are different. One Ganesh mold is different, right? So class is basically the definition. It's not collection. It is the definition. Definition of the object. And multiple instances we can generate from one molding. Multiple objects we can generate from one class. So objects are created from classes, and they are accessible by using the reference variable. What is called a reference variable? I will tell you. And polymorphism. It is also one of the advantages, but we haven't seen what is that, how it works exactly. Encapsulation we discussed it, but the other two advantages like inheritance and polymorphism, it will come. And apart from that, apart from attributes and methods, we have another component also is there inside our classes that is called events. And when do we create event and how do we use event? It will come later. But we have other component also called events. So there was ABAP world before even ABAP objects. Of course, ABAP was there before. After that only, ABAP became ABAP objects also. Object-oriented enabled program. Same thing in procedural programming. Any functionality, if you wanted to establish some kind of reusability of the code, you will create that as like a function module. You will create a function module in your ABAP program. By using function name, and function. And that function module we will call in our programs as many times as you want by using the statement called call function. Like that, exactly the same thing. Instead of functions, here we are using the methods that are there inside your class. Method is also pretty much looks like your function. Method, instead of a function and a function, you will have method and a method. Instead of a call function, here you will have call method. But method is basically associated inside a class in order to handle the attributes of the objects of that class. So how can we create a class? We can create classes locally or globally. There is a beautiful documentation, help documentation available in SAP system that also you can go through. So this is talking about the documentation part. This slide, some of the slides I'm skipping here, those are not required. Normally in ABAP, these are all the standard data types we have: character data type, date data type, time data type for defining the objects. Like that, when you compare, you will create various types of objects also, like internal tables, structures, you will create. At the bottom of the screen, if you see objects, the yellow colored and gray colored, if you see, so classes is basically like a data type. Class is a data type, object is a data object. So data type defines what you can store in a data object. What is the normal definition between data type and data object? Not about objects, not about class objects I'm talking about. Normally, generally, data type and data object. Two types of things you will see, right? So character type, date type, these are all called data types. So data type describes the characteristics, and every data object is derived from a data type. If the data object is derived from a character data type, that means you can store only characters in that data object. If the data object is derived from date data type, then you can store only date values. So what you can store in a data object is defined inside the data type. That is a relation between data type and a data object in general terminology. So data type describes the characteristics, data object will hold the values corresponding to the data type from which it is derived. Similarly, your objects hold the values. But what you can store inside an object, that is defined inside the class. What you can store inside an object? Can I store employee data, or can I store customer data? Can I store material data? Inside that object is depend on from which class that object has been derived. Because that class defines the characteristics of the object. At the bottom of the screen, you see your classes is playing the role as a data type. Your objects is playing the role as a data object. So above objects introduced with the above version, these are all above version still, obviously to call in the release version 4.5. After that, inheritance, dynamic invoking, and all added in 4.6 version, and object services, shared objects, friend classes that are all added in corresponding versions of ABAP 6.1, 6.2, 6.4. Now from ABAP version 7.0, ABAP became the complete object-oriented programming. All things, what is there in Java, those things are there in ABAP also, from the object-oriented perspective. It became 100% full-fledged object-oriented programming from the ABAP release 7.0. Almost I can say from year 2006, 2005, 2006, around that was the time frame. ABAP 7.0, we could notice. From there onwards, so more than a decade of time, right? It's a full-fledged object-oriented development language. So the differentiation between procedural programming and object-oriented programming we discussed. So I'm not elaborating every slide it in. Later I will share this material. You can go through for more reading and more understanding. And how do we define a class? So a class you will define in two stages. It will take place in two parts. One is class definition and one is class implementation. I will show you on the screen. You can create a class locally inside a program. On the left-hand side, you can see. So that is called a local class. From the class pool also, that is global class. From SE24, you can create the class globally. So global classes you can use everywhere. Local class you can use only in that program. So what will be there inside an object? You see, I told you, you think like a shell, you think like an egg. So if you open that, you will see some content inside. So what you will see some methods, and you will see some attributes inside your object. So objects are based on classes. Classes, simply we can define like a template or type, data type. It is a data type or a template for creating data objects. So classes are the templates or the types, data type for the objects. In order to use objects, you must know what is the class, from which class that object is derived, or at least the interface name. See, interface also came up here. If you wanted to play around an object, you should know what is the class name of that object. You will anyhow come to know that, or at least the interface. You can find all the available classes, whatever the standard classes SAP already created. You can see all of them in the class library from SE80 or from SE24. You can see that. You can create objects from classes. You must use the reference variables to work with objects. Why? What is this reference variable? How to create a reference variable before we work with object? We will talk about that. And the concept of understanding this reference variable also very, very important. I will show you that in a small PPT just in a few minutes. So global class, if you wanted to create, you can use the transaction code SE24 for that. There you can go and you can create a class. Some documentation, SAP standard help documentation is also available. You can go through that or come to know more details about. So the screenshot currently you are watching is describing some global classes. When standard classes, you will not find with Z, okay? G, it will not start with any custom classes. Obviously, you know, it will start with G. So CL underscore. So CL is indicating it is a class. That is a naming standard we follow. If you are creating your own custom class, we will follow the naming standard ZCL because it is a G class, right? Custom class. So G and GCL underscore something we'll write. Similarly, standard interfaces will start with IF underscore something. Any custom interfaces, if we create, we will start with the ZIF, GIF, and we'll continue some naming. And the screenshot is indicating that how many attributes are there, how many methods are there, how many events are there, how many interfaces are implemented in this class. You will see all the details in the global class like this. We will see that in the screen as well. And when you see the methods, I told you what is the purpose of method. Each method is a mini program. It is that it is a person, you know, given a task to perform. Is a person loaded with a specific task to perform. It is a code, responsibility given to perform. In order to make the job done, you have to call the method. That means you have to invoke the method. Then the job will be done. That means the code, what is written inside that method will get executed. It may be 10 lines code, it may be 1,000 lines code, which we don't know. But it is a well-defined piece of code that will get executed when you call the method. But when the code is executing, usually you will expect some input to power forward. Hey, I'm giving a new age. You please accept this value and change the age value. I'm giving a new surname. Please accept and change the surname of the given employee. So you are expected to give some input parameters to the method. And once the method is executed, finally, you are expecting some output also come back to you from the method. That means every method is expecting some input from you, and also you're expecting some output back once the method successfully executed. So that means for methods, you will be defining some parameters, input parameters and export parameters. So input parameters are those which you are giving to the method before while invoking the method. Once the method successfully executed, yeah, record successfully updated, employee is successfully changed, something, some update, some feedback, it can throw back to you. That is called export parameters. So every method will have some parameters. If you want, up to your wish, on the left-hand side, you can see that button for adding the required number of parameters for each of your method. Methods can have parameters. Few methods will have parameters. Few methods will not have any parameters. That's okay. Depend on your requirement. Then you will go for attributes. Then you will go for methods. When we are creating these methods, this is called visibility. For attributes, so I told you inside a class, you will have three components: attributes, methods, and events. For these three, we will be putting them in three different scope areas. For example, in a classroom, I'm keeping, there are about, you just think like there are 30 rows. Some people I'm keeping in the first 10 rows. Some people I'm keeping in the second set. Few people I'm keeping in the last set, in the last bench rows. Like that, I have arranged them purposefully, intentionally. We have made the arrangement like that. Few people I made them to sit in the first row. Few people I made them to sit in the middle rows. Few people I made them to sit in the last rows. Visibility. Because I wanted to keep my focus on this first row people very closely because they're making so much of noise in the classroom. Whatever the reasons, purpose is there. For that, I made that arrangement like that. In the similar way, inside a class also, you will keep these components in three different visibility areas. Number one, public. We will discuss about that differentiation. Number two, protected. Number three, private. So where do you make them sit? Your attributes, your methods, and events. These three can be fall in any of these places. First row or middle row or the last row, your wish. Depend on the purpose. Once if you understand the definition, you can able to justify that. So few methods, few attributes, I will keep it in the public section. Similarly, few attributes and few methods, I will keep it in the protected section. And few attributes and few events, I will keep it in the private section. My choice. While I am creating the class, I will decide that. Who should fall in which section? But these are the three different visibility sections: public section, protected section, and private section. Who should fall in which area depends on the project requirement, depend on your application development, it will change. But you must know the differentiation. You must know the differences between these three, then you can able to judge it correctly. Okay, so if you see all these methods, I have put in the public section only. As per the screenshot, it is up to you. We'll talk about that. But for your initial understanding, let us read these lines. Public methods can be called by everyone. Okay, that is about the visibility section I said. There is another way of differentiation also too. That is another level of the method. It is basically called classification. There are two types. We can classify the components of a class in two ways. Visibility scope is different. As I said, visibility scope is deciding where they are sitting. According to that, the way you can access them, the way you can see them is changing. But nature, the type, here there are two types. In two levels, we can again further categorize them. Those are called instance and static. We call it like instance components and static components. This is different from the visibility. It is simple like this. In my college, day scholars and regular students, a few students, basically it is an engineering college. We have a hostel facility also there in the college. A few students are staying inside the campus hostel, but few students are not staying inside the campus, they are staying outside. Okay. So for those who are staying inside the campus, we have a different uniform. Just think like that. We have a different uniform for them. And those who are, because those who are staying inside the campus only should access our, food court and other things only for them. So it is difficult for my other staff members to identify that when outers are also coming up. So that for the purpose, what they made is like they maintained a different uniform. You think like that. And few who are staying outside the campus, like they themselves only have to take care of their food and other requirement, transportation and other things. They have a different uniform. You just think like that. So these are the two ways we classify: who are staying inside the campus hostel, and who are staying outside. And they are just daily coming by their own transport and getting into college and remaining all same. Once they come into my classroom, I am again making them sitting in different rows. That is visibility. The visibility is different. But the classification here is talking about the level or the type. That is two types. I just said instance and static. You remember these two words, you will able to see the difference. Instant, because those who are going to my food court and ordering some food, for those who are staying inside the campus, we are not charging anything. But those who are not wearing that uniform, I'm actually charging them for the food if they consume anything, because we have to charge them because it is not part of they haven't paid anything. But these other kids who are staying inside the campus, it is inclusive cost, so that even if they go to food court and if they offer lunch or dinner, anything, we are not charging anything from them. And I am identifying them because they're all wearing a different uniform. Here also, they're all students, but just two, we classified them into two groups. Here also, instance components and static components. That means inside a class, you will have maybe instance attributes, instance methods, instance events. You can have like that. What is the other classification? Static. You will have static attributes, static methods, static events. Your choice. All of them, again, will fall in public section. All of them can fall in protected section. All of them can fall in private section. Visibility is different. Label is different. We will talk about that. Let me introduce the namings first here. Then differences you will understand. Did you get it, team? Somebody please respond.
Yes.
So components are two types: instance components, static components. They can fall in three different visibilities: public section, protected section, and private section. For now, keep it there. We'll come back. And also we have a special, very, very special method that is called constructor. We will see how do we use constructor with an example. And every method will have some parameters also, input parameters and output parameters. You will have attributes, instance attributes or static attributes. You see, the label is created in the screenshot. The label is given, all of them are instance attributes. And the visibility given, all are public eye given. Our wish. According to the requirement, we will keep them. Public attributes can be used by everyone. Read-only attributes cannot be changed from the outside. Instance attributes need an object. Attributes are typed with some specific data types from your ABAP dictionary or with the built-in types. Then finally, the reference variable concept. We will take a pause here. Let me show you a couple of things over the system. Then we will continue. What is the system ID that is shared with you? Then copy that system. Once again, I might have received the details from not able. Instance number 00. Application server. We will say this is login. Usually, a remote desktop access we will do from the app directly, but this is website based. Maybe that's the reason it is appearing little different. And this is the first time they shared this credentials to me.
Yeah, so
Otherwise, we
this
will
was
follow the
happening with
remote
the
desktop.
team.
Yeah, right. Otherwise, we do follow remote desktop app directly on the system. And let me log in. CP. Very good. So let us write a simple program to work with a class team, and then we will discuss. Let me zoom in again further so you can see it. Yes. Let us see one simple class creation, and after that I will give you one exercise also for you to perform. So CS underscore demo 1. I'll ask them to share me the normal remote desktop access. I didn't like this browser now. Okay, team. So here we can able to create our program. So keyboard. Feeling little uncomfortable to work on this browser, but we'll change that tomorrow. I will use the normal RDP access only. All right. So if you want to work with a class, so first let us create a local class here, team. So local class means inside a program you are creating. So you can use that only in this program. Other places you cannot use that class. That's okay. Sometimes according to the need, we will do that. Similarly, we will create one global class also. Let us take one employee only as an example with a few attributes like employee ID, employee name, and employee age, and employee company. 4 attributes I do take: ID, name, age, and company.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary purpose of RAP in SAP development? Option A, rapid application prototyping. Option B, reliable application programming. Option C, RESTful application programming. Option D, responsive application protocol. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to become great at using SAP BTP RAP? Our course is perfect for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP BTP RAP. It's a powerful tool for building apps and automating business processes on the cloud. We cover everything from the basics to advanced techniques. It's created by experts who truly understand SAP BTP RAP. Your instructors are professionals with years of experience. They're ready to help you and answer any questions you have. But don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course. People just like you have found it to be really helpful. The best part? It's affordable, so you don't have to spend a lot to learn something great. Ready to master SAP BTP RAP? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So if that is a requirement for carrying 4 attributes and few methods of a class to be created, how do we work on that? First of all, a local class when you are creating, right? Local class creation will take place in 2 parts. Number 1, class definition, and number 2, class implementation. So it will be like this. Class, you have to provide your class name. Let me take like employee as a name of the class. Class employee definition. We will be writing, and here we will write and the class. Over. So with this, definition part is over. Next, but not yet completed, you have to make another part also. As I said, like it will take place in 2 parts. You have to go with implementation also. Again, class employee, implementation, you do right, and end class. Now, in these 2 parts, you have to complete. This is called one single class totally you are making. The name of your class is employee. That means you are making the molding first. Ideals will come later. First, you make the molding completely, perfectly. Class definition and class implementation. You understand the skeleton? Now go to the definition. In the definition part, now we can create some components. Here we have to add the components. What are called components? Some of your attributes, some of your methods, some of your events. These are all called components of a class. We can add them. How many attributes you want? How many methods you want? How many events you want? I said 4 attributes. I'm planning. Tomorrow I can add more attributes also if I want. So initially, let me start with 4 attributes. Employee ID, employee name, employee age, and employee date of birth. So employee company. Like that, I wanted to take it like 4 attributes, right? These are all called components, which can be your attributes, which can be your methods, which can be your events. Let me read this. So how do we define them? As I said, there are 3 rows where you wanted to arrange the people inside the classroom. You have to. Those are called public section. Then go for protected section. Then go for private section. Let's define the classes first, sections first. Visibilities. Now you put all of them in public section. Absolutely fine. You put everybody under private section. That is also fine. But you will start observing the differences. You will start realizing, oh, now I understood. Now I should not make this guy sit in private section. I must make this guy go and sit in public section. Now I should make this attribute only in the private section. I should not make this in the public section. Like that, you will realize the importance. You will realize the need. Then accordingly, you will plan. Until then, you can play around with these things and you can work out. Normally, we will keep attributes in private section and methods in public section. Why? We will see that. Let me first define some attributes under the private section. So the attributes are employee ID, data employee ID of type some numeric character, size okay, of type N of 4 or C of 4. Let me take this. Okay, or let me take simply employee ID of type I. Then employee name, type C, length some 20 characters for each employee name. Similarly, every employee should have A's, again of type I. Every employee should have a name of a company, data, company, which company is with. I will tell why I have taken like that. Length, some company name, let me take 10. Like that, I have created attributes. There's no specification like this is attribute. Normally, data means it is all attributes, which are all going to carry some data. Every object will have these 4 attributes commonly. Every object will have these 4 attributes. This is the definition inside the class. I'm making a Ganesh idol with 4 hands. I'm making a molding, I'm making a molding with 4 hands. Then will every idol will have 4 hands, or suddenly one idol will go with only 2 hands? What team?
All will have the 4 hands.
Yes. Here, because I'm making the molding with 4 hands, so all the idols, obviously, suddenly one idol will not go with 2 hands. All the idols will have 4 hands, like these 4 attributes. This is the definition you are putting inside your molding. Then, in order to access these attributes, which I kept in the private section, we will create some methods in the public section, and we will use that. For example, let me see. Let me not have any methods here. I just created only attributes. Let me go for save it. My class definition is saved. Then class implementation, nothing I'm doing here. Usually, we have to write the code in the startup selection event. After that only, you should go with nothing. Just define your class definition and class implementation, and then go for your main program. The main program will start with startup selection. Now I wanted to create, now class is completed. Class part is defined. These are the 4 attributes. Class definition, class implementation, both are done. Now, inside this, I wanted to use that class. So we will go for startup selection. Here, we will do work with objects. If you wanted to create an object of a class, what is your class name here?
Employee.
What is the object name? What is the object name here? What is the object name here? The object is not yet created, right? Right. Come on, team. You have to. Objects not yet created. Where is the names? Where is the name of the object? First of all, object I have not yet created. How many objects do you have in this program so far? 0 objects. 0. Let us create an object. If you wanted to create an object, you have to use a keyword called create. There are other syntaxes also. We will see. Create object is a keyword for creating an object. But before object creation, you have to have a special variable team that is called a reference variable we will call. You have to create that. For that, this is the syntax. You have to first you have to create a reference variable. Without reference variable, we cannot create an object. Okay, I will tell the relation. How to create a reference variable first. Data E1. Any name, just any name you can. Data E1 of type reference to. This is the syntax. Data E1 of type reference to your class. When I said like this, so here E1 is called a reference variable. This is not called object. Don't say E1 is an object, E1 is a reference variable. It is created with the syntax data E1 of type reference to employee. So you have one reference variable. The name of the reference variable is E1. Let me create another reference variable, data E2 of type reference to employee. Employee is a class. So by using your class name, first you will create some number of reference variables. So how many reference variables you have here?
Right now, 2 reference variable we have created.
How many objects you have?
Currently 0.
0. You have 2 reference variables, but you have not created any objects yet. Notice that point. You have not created any objects yet. You have created only. Sorry?
May I know then what is the role of this reference variable?
We are coming to that point. You have created two reference variables, but you have not created any object yet. So you cannot store anything, you cannot keep anything because object is still object not born. Still there is no object. Only you have two blank reference variables. Now let me create an object. Create object. I will say E1 of type employee. We will say like this. This one, usually this is the way how to write it, but the same thing, even in a shortcut manner, right? You can, I just commented that line, you can write like this also. Both are same. Create object even. Of type employee, I can avoid if I want, but it is recommended to write type class name also. It is good, but still even without writing that also, object is created. Now one object created, that object is pointing by E1 reference variable. Then what about E2? E2 is still a blank reference variable. It is still waiting. And how many objects you have now in the program? Tell me.
One.
One object, that is E1. So now E1 is a complete object. That means this object should have employee ID, employee name, employees, employee company. Yes, they all have in E1. If you can open E1, you can able to see that. All the attributes are there in E1. All employee attributes are there in E1. Let me see if I can show something. Let me show his name. E1 hyphen employee. I wanted to display his name. What is his current name? Right now, blank name, but let me show. It will not give you. Let us check for the errors. What it is saying, access to the private attribute ename is not allowed. Yes, because I'm trying to display the name of the employee, but I wanted to store some name. Right now it is blank. There is no employee name. I wanted to store some name and I wanted to show it on the screen. So E1 employee name is equal to Raz. I wanted to store, but still it will not allow. The reason is this employee name is created inside your class in the private section. Inside your class, it is created in the employee name is created in the private section. Once it is placed in the private section, you are not allowed. You see here, you cannot store a value, you cannot display the value. Check for the errors. Check for the syntax. It is saying the same thing. Hey, you are trying to use employee name, but sorry, that is a private attribute. You cannot use that. Now what I will do, instead of making this employee name in private section, this one I will cut from here. Control X. And let me put it in the protected section. Will there be a difference? Will I get? I removed him from private section and I made only employee name. Remaining all I kept it in the private section only. Only this one I shifted to protected section. Let me save it. Will there be a difference, team? Will it work out now? What's your guess?
It still won't work.
Why?
Because it's protected.
Means?
Protected means we cannot access it.
Yeah,
Is it
it's
also-
not. I think it's correct.
Sorry? Now, will this code work out or not? The question is, will this code work out or not?
I think this will work well.
This will work. Okay. Somebody said not work. Somebody said will work. That is good. What about others? See, what I made employee name, I changed it from private section to protected section. Earlier, private section, it not allowed me to store the name and to display the name directly. But now I shifted him to protected section. Now the question is, will it allow me to do this or not?
Yes.
It do not allow.
Why? Why so?
Because the variables which you have declared in protected section, they will be accessed only through subclasses.
Fantastic. So let me summarize. For this class team, you remember both private and protected both are same. Only the protected will bring the difference. The protected will altogether bring the difference when we are working with multiple classes, especially in the inheritance time. That time we will discuss. But until then, protected and private, as long as you are working in this class, they both behave in the similar way. So no difference. Even if you put it in the private section or the protected section, they both treat that attribute as a private attribute only. So as long as it is a private attribute, definitely it will not allow you to access. But the difference, the exact difference between private and protected will come into play when we are dealing with inheritance, when we are talking about inheritance. I will tell at the times. Let me check these errors again. Let me check it again. Still, protected attribute is not allowed. Earlier it said private attribute not allowed. Now it is saying protected attribute also not allowed. Yes, because they both behave like the same way as like private only. It's not making me any difference. Now what I will do, I will cut this attribute from here, from the legs, and let me put it in the public section. I made it here. Then if I check these errors, then it is not showing any errors. And if I activate the code and if I run the program, so now RAS value stored and the RAS value I got here as an output also. I could able to store some value and I can able to access that value also in the output screen when that particular attribute is available in which section?
Public section.
Public section. But what about other attributes? Other attributes also falling in the private attributes like employee ID is company. What about these things? So these things also should I keep it in the public section? Of course, if you wanted to store and access, you should keep them in the public section. But we want to do that. Why? Because by keeping in public section, what will happen is, let me just show this example. I said employee is also that's fall in the public section. Then here in the program, as like name, let me store some A's also. E1 A's is equal to 55 A's. I stored the name as Ross, A's value 55. Then let me show that output. I'm displaying the name, I'm displaying the A's of E1, of the employee 1. So I have no errors because both are public section. Activate it. I can store the values, I can change that. When I execute the code, yeah, his name is Ras and age is 55, working fine. But here, the age value I stored like minus 44. Let me check for the errors. That's fine. Let me activate the code. It's fine. And when I run the program, and the employee age is showing minus 45. Of course, minus symbol will come right side. How? It should not. It should not take the age value as minus 45. But still it will take because it is just like a free fall variable. Anybody can play with that. Anybody can change any value accidentally, intentionally. But why do we keep minus value? Of course, maybe due to some calculations or due to some misplacement of values also it may happen. Accidentally also may happen, but should not happen. I don't want my program should be so robust. That is called robustness. No matter what, the age value never be negative. If you develop this kind of application, no one will recognize that as like an application, as like an IT application. It should handle the robustness. How? We are not basically, this is not the advantage we are talking so greatly about object-oriented programming team. This is just simply like accessing, like working like a procedural programming. This is not at all the right approach. Then what do we do? First of all, we don't keep these attributes We don't keep these attributes in the public section. Let me remove these two also. Control X. Let me don't put anything in the public section. Let me keep all of them under my private section as usual. Then no one can touch them. No one can access them. We put it. Okay, formatting and all second. But again, we cannot change. In order to handle them, to store some values within them, to display their values, what do? We will define some methods here. In the public section, we will create some methods. For that methods we have. Why am I writing method in the public section? If I write the method in the private section, still the same story. You can write a method in the private section, but after that, what will happen? Even that method also you cannot access, you cannot call, because it is falling in private section. Whichever is falling in private section, you cannot call. So will you keep the method in the private section? Definitely no. You will put it in the public section because you wanted to call that. And by the way, you will access the attributes because that method is also part of the class. Method is part of the class. So method can access private attributes, but you yourself cannot access private attributes directly, as I have shown before. But method can access because method is a internal part of the class. So method, they all behave like this. Difference only will come for the usaging. Internally, they are all equal. Internally, anybody can play with any one of them. So methods will handle all the attributes internally inside the class because method is also part of the class. Attribute is also part of the class. For them, they're all equal. Only for you, only the difference will come. Let me create a method here. Methods, for example, set employee is a method where I wanted to store some details of employee object. So set employee, I have put in just a method, no parameters. And let me create another method. Methods get employee. When I said get employee, I wanted to display. What is this? My keyboard. I wanted to display all the employee details. Similarly, let me take another method for changing the AS. Methods change AS. This is another method. Like that, you define as many methods you want for every of your individual requirements in order to handle your attributes. Now, once if you define the methods with corresponding input parameters, output parameters, etc., everything, then you can able to write some code in that methods. But where do we write? We don't write that. Here just we will create the name of the methods. Right now I have created 3 methods, but of course none of them have any parameters. We will add the parameters also, but we have to write the code for all these methods. Where do we write the code? That we have to do in the implementation section. Here we don't write attributes, public, protected, nothing. Just for every method, we have to write the code here. We have 3 methods. Let's write the code here. Simple. What is the first method? Here we don't write methods, just only method. Method set underscore employee. Let's write the code for this method and end method over. And what is the next method? Get employee. Method get employee. Write the code and finally close it. Done. And we have another method also. Method changes. Is change or changes? What is the name I taken? Change underscore yes. Yeah. Method change underscore is. Let's write the code and end method. So the code, the logic of each method, you do write in the implementation section. Now let us write the code for every of these methods. And by the way, all these methods are falling in public section so that you can call them. Now let us write the code for these methods. Set employee. So I wanted to set some initial data for every employee object. Let me say employee ID is equal to whenever I'm creating a new employee, I wanted to keep employee ID as like 999, something like that. And when a new employee joined, that employee name, I'm keeping like XXXXXX like this. Then employee is, I wanted to keep like employee is by default we are keeping like 21, just in like that. And company, employee company, I wanted to store like TCS. I have given some values to be stored when I am accessing, when I am calling this method will store these values in these attributes: employee ID, employee name, is, company, like that. These are all the attribute names. You see that these are all the attribute names of the class. That is a code. Similarly, what is the code I wanted to write for get employees? It is listing all the details. For example, when I call this method, you just imagine that it is displaying the details like this, right? It is showing employee ID, employee ID value it is displaying. I didn't put null here again. My bad. The cursor is causing some problem here. Like that, it is displaying some message. Then finally, it is displaying some stars kind of thing on the next line. So this is the code we written for get employee. Like that, for changing the employee age, for the given employee, if I wanted to change the age, there is a method also. But this method, whenever I am calling this method, I must pass some value because some new value I wanted to set. That means this method is having a parameter. Let us add that parameter here. Earlier, when I declared the method, I did not add any parameter. Now I will add here. So change is, so it is having one importing parameter. Importing, what is that? New is parameter name of type I. That's it. So that method is importing a value from you. That value it is importing into one parameter name called new is. That new is value, it should change it in the existed is. So now, accordingly, we will write the code. Now, the first two methods not have any parameters, but the third method is having a parameter, only one parameter, and that is also importing parameter. There are no exporting parameters. We can add that also. Now here you don't need to write all of them again, just only in the declaration only. Here simply just you have to write the code. So that A is equal to existed as I'm changing with new is. Existed as I'm changing with the new is. So now three methods are coded, programmed. Now here, employee name, employee is, you cannot call them directly because they are fully restricted in the private section. So we can only call them methods. Let us call. So first object is created now. Employee one object is created now. Let me first see what is the data there inside. E1. So what is the method we have? Get employee. I didn't store. I just wanted to see what is the data inside the method. I mean, inside the object. In E1, what is the current employee ID, employee name? All will be the default values, blank values will be. How do you call a method? Just a method name, bracket begin, bracket close. So check for the errors. Absolutely good. Activate the code. Execute it. Now employee ID 0, employee name blank, employee is 0, company name blank, finally starts. Fine. Because we didn't store any data in employee, just it is a blank object. Now let me store some data. In E1, I wanted to store some data. If you wanted to store some data, there is a method. What is the method name we created?
Set employee.
This way we can call. There is other way of calling also the method. Like this you can do. Call method. You can do like this. First syntax also fine. Second syntax. Call method. E1. Set employee. Just you don't require to put any brackets here. Try to see the difference between two different notations. You don't require to put the brackets when you do like this. If not, the above way you have to call. So now I set some data. After I set some data, let me see whether that data really stored or not. So if you wanted to check that, again, you have to call this get employee to see the data. Initially, it is blank. Now I set some data. And after that, let me see what is the new data is there. So once again, I'm calling the get employee method. I called it. Set employee, and then I call the get employee. Activate it. Activate it. Execute it. Now, initially, this is the data, but after I set some data in that one, employee ID 999, employee name all X, employee is 21, company name TCS. So the data successfully stored in the object. The data successfully stored in this object by using this set employee method. Because of that, I could able to retrieve that data once again back by using this method get employee. Now I wanted to change the years because we have a change age also. Now let us see, is it really changing the age? Right now the age is 21 of that employee even. Or let me change that value to some other one. So I wanted to call that. So call method E1. Let me, the method name is change age. Of course, that method is having an importing parameter, right? So compulsory from here you should export. Exporting. What is the parameter name? New underscore age. For that, what is the value you wanted to give? Suppose I wanted to give the value 55. Let me see, is that value really applied and got changed on my employee one object? If you wanted to do that, once again, you call the get employee method. Call method E1 get employee. I just wanted to show that data again. So that is an importing parameter for which I have exported a new value. The new age value I given to 55. Let me check for the errors. Activate it. Execute. So initially his age was 21. Now, if I scroll down to the list, now his age got changed to 55. But what I will do there, instead of 55, let me give 555, 555 years old. Of course, it will take that value and it will process your code. Now, earlier his age was 21. Now his age changed to, let me scroll down. His age where that employee is from 21, it got updated to 355. Not sounding good. What we will do there, simply it depends on how you written the code. Now I will check it in my code. So here, how you written the code for that method changes. Let us go to the coding where you implemented the code. In the code, I said like just that new year's value, I'm directly assigning to years. Why should I do like that? Let me check if that new year's at least is greater than or equal to 21 and less than or equal to 61. Then only it should get as n. Otherwise, no. So I given 555, but still the 21 remained as 21. I called in the program. So you see here, I called in the program. The program I given 555, but still even it did not change. The 555 not change. But now instead of 555, let me give the age value 50. Activate it. Let me run the code. Now originally his age was 21, but now I given 50. No, now that age 50 taken. So 50 taken and updated. But when I give 555, it's not taken because that method is validating. Just one simple, it is validating. If things are all in place, if it is negative value, if it is -40, -50 also, whenever it is not satisfying the criteria, it is not assigning. It is not changing the attributes. So it is not something like whatever you give it can be taken up. Like that, we can ensure the accuracy of the data of the attributes by letting methods only to do that change, not by you. If you are allowed to do, if it is a public attribute, you can just give the value as it is. If you give 5,000 also, it will take, as long as it is a public attribute. But now it is not a public attribute. It's a private attribute. So you cannot change it directly. If you wanted to change, the only option is you have to call the method and you have to give the value to the method. And that method will do all the checks. When all the conditions are satisfied, then only it will change. Otherwise, that method also will not change. By that way, we can ensure the consistency of the data, accuracy of the data. This is the concept called encapsulation. Most of the people knows that object-oriented programming has 3 pillars: encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism. Like that, we will speak up. But what is exactly encapsulation? This is the one. Ensuring the security of the data by keeping the attributes only in the private section and letting the public methods only able to handle them by taking the conditional precautions for ensuring the accuracy of the data is the concept called encapsulation. Here, for storing the data in employee 1, I called the method called setEmployee. I called a method called setEmployee, right? But instead of for setEmployee also, I wanted to provide some parameters, like I wanted to give some values which should be assigned to the object. So let me take setEmployee also is having some importing parameters. Importing, for example, parameters underscore employee ID of type I. Parameter underscore employee name of type C. Parameter underscore is of type C. Sorry, type I. Parameter underscore company. So it has 4 importing parameters. So that means I can pass 4 parameters. That values will be set so that value. So instead of giving some fixed values for every object separately, let me assign some values here. So employee ID value, I will initiate with the new value which I am receiving, parameters underscore employee ID. Employee name, parameters underscore employee name. Age value instead of 21. Whatever value I'm giving, that value I will assign parameter underscore age. Company name also instead of TCS, I will give parameter underscore company because that method is having that importing parameters. So here I will come down. So whenever I wanted to assign the values, you must know. So setEmployee should not be called like this because it has parameters now. setEmployee exporting, you have to export that parameters for employee. So let me give this employee ID as like people 1. Employee ID 101. Parameters for employee name Ras. Parameter underscore is this employee is 35 years old and he belongs to TCS. So these are the parameters of the method which we are passing company. Now, while initiating some values, I'm passing some values, my own exclusive values, which I'm changing, which age value also I'm changing. Finally, I'm displaying. Let us check for the errors. It's good. Activate the code. Execute it. So instead of 999XX, so some values I could able to store. 101 is name and RAS, age 35, company TCS. The same thing got displayed here. And of course, 35 years old already got updated with the new age called 50 also. It is all working fine. But this method I can call. What about the other object? Earlier, we created only one object. Second object we haven't created it. So still that is blank. Now, if I try to see the data, what will happen? Let me see what is the data in E2. As like E1, let me see initially what is the data is there in E2 also. Come on, tell me what will be the output for line number 86 and 87? If I say
Hello?
E2 get employee, if I say E2 get employee, what will be the output will come on the screen? At this line. Think properly, guess it properly.
E2 object is not created, right?
Sorry, object is not created.
See, team, here most of the times we will do this mistake in our developments. E2 is not a object yet. E2 is still a reference variable. It is just a reference variable. You don't think like E2 is another employee object. No. So if you try to call this, it will go to short to dump. It will give the error. Your program will goes to dump because you are trying to call a method with somebody who is not even an object. It is a serious thing. System cannot identify what is V2, where is E2, who is E2. He is not at all an object of an employee class. Whether blank ID, blank employee ID will come, blank employee name will come. Of course, all blank will come only when it is an object at all first. But here, E2 is not an object. If you execute this code, it will go to short return. Because he's not at even an object. We have to create him also as an object. Then he is also an object. Now, how many employee objects you have?
2.
Exactly. Now, what is the output will come at line number 87 and 88?
Blank output.
Initial values of E1 and initial values of E2, right? Because just here objects are initiated. There is no employee data in E1, no employee data for E2 also. So they both will display the blank details only at first. So when I run the code, so this is the employee ID 1, this is the employee E1, E2. This is the E1 data, this is the E2 data. Both are showing blank, of course, because they both just born as like a blank objects. And after that, you stored some data in E1. You stored some data in E1. You did not store any data in E2. In E1, you stored some data with the use of a method called setEmployee. But in E2, you haven't stored any data yet. All these things you did with only E1. E2 is just an object created, but there is no data inside that object. That's why we are getting the blank values. Normally, what we will do, we will have a method that is called constructor. You also know that, most of you know that. So constructor is a method which we will create inside a class. Usually it is a special, very, very special method. That method we no need to invoke exclusively. That method will automatically get invoked whenever the object is getting created. So normally we will use that opportunity to store some default values, to store some initial values in your objects while the objects are getting created. Because that method is anyhow getting invoked every time when you are creating a new object. Only one time when a new object is getting created. If you are creating 5 objects, that method also will call 5 times. But all other methods you have to call exclusively. But this is the method which you don't require to call. It is automatically called by the framework, by the runtime internally. How do we create such method? That method we will use for instantiating the objects with some default values, or for any other purpose also you can use TIM. There is no rule that we have to use constructor only for storing some initial values in the objects. No, 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 no. That is the timing. That timing we can use for various purpose also. That timing we are using now for storing some default values in every of my object. How do we create such method? You go to methods first. Here you created in the public section, you created only 3 methods here. Set employee, get employee, change employee. Here you will create another method called methods constructor. Even if you want, you can pass parameters also to constructor. It is a parameterized constructor that is called. During that time, you must pass the parameter values while the object creation. In the create object statement, you have to pass. In case if there are any parameters, that is very careful. So methods constructor, enough. Here I'm not giving any parameters. Now let me come to the implementation section. In the implementation section, all the methods already implemented now. So this method also I will implement. Method constructor end method. Now this constructor method I will use for storing some values. Constructor spelling data. Let me use this method for storing some values, some default values. Employee ID, like earlier I was stored like 999, and employee name. Like I will keep it like ABCD. We have the employee age. I will keep all the employees age like 99, and company. I will use this to store some company name like XYZ. Later we will change to the actual ones. So this is a method which we written. This method we don't call anywhere, but when you are creating the objects, you see here, create object. During that time, that method will call, that will store that values in E1. Again, when you said create object E2, again it will call, it will store that values in E2 also. So all these objects are getting instantiated with some default values. Now when I display here, earlier, when I display, I got all the blank values on 0, blank space, etc. Now, all my objects, by birth itself, they are getting instantiated with some values. So that values will come. After that, any other values you wanted to change, of course, we have that corresponding methods. Set employee is there. You can pass the parameters that will change in E1, that will change in E2. You can change the ages, etc. Activate it, execute it, and you see here, both of my objects, earlier it used to show blanks, but now they're loaded with some default data just by the time of object creation itself. That is happening because of the special method constructor, which we did not call anywhere exclusively. That is automatically invoked. Even for this constructor also, we can pass parameters. That is called parameters constructor, but we have to handle that very cautiously. Every time when objects are creating, in the create object statement itself, we have to pass the parameters. Otherwise, again, it will go to shutdown. For now, keep it up. Here in this example, in this demonstration, we have used all the instance attributes only team. These are all instance attributes and instance methods. Nowhere we used static component. But sometimes one of the methods suddenly I will change like this. I will write it like, I'm sorry, share. Instead of creating methods, I will create a method here like this. Class methods. I just did like this. So what is the difference? This is created as methods, but this is created as class methods. This is called static method. All the other methods are instance methods, but this is called static method. Similarly, when it comes to attributes, instance attribute, instance attribute, instance attribute. But this attribute, what I will do is like I will create another attribute here with the name called class data. Class data company. I will do this. So I have three instance attributes, but one static attribute. Anyone has any idea, Tim? What is the difference between instance and static?
Yeah, for the static, we don't need to create an object, and the instance, we have to create the object.
To some extent, okay, but even okay, I created objects also. In that case, I created two objects now here, E1 and E2 I created. In that case, how do you differentiate static attribute and object instance attribute and static attribute? How the difference will come now? Because I created one attribute and one method as a static.
We don't need to call those static methods. It gets automatically executed.
No, that is wrong. No, that's not
Hello?
possible.
Hello?
That is not the definition for static.
Yeah, static means if we have declared any static method, so we don't need to create an object for the particular class. We directly call that method without creating any object.
Okay, can I call
Like-
with object? Okay, now I created, okay, I forgot that I created objects. Now can I call static method with my object?
No, with an object we cannot call a static method.
We can.
We cannot call.
We can.
No. We cannot call.
Is it? Okay, let's see this method. What is this method? Static method we created here. Is it a static method? Yeah, of course. Right? Display company. It is a static method. Now let me write the code for that method also. Method display company and the method. Then here let me display the company name. Your company name I'm displaying. So done. Now here let me call that method. Call method even display company. As like other methods, I'm calling this. Spelling mistake, display company. Okay, here I will write out the name, company name wrongly. Display company here. Spelling mistake. Check for the errors. Company for ER. Where is this?
Inside the method.
Then here I got your company TCS. On even I called that and I got that value here I displayed here. That method is actually static method. You see here, that method display company method is created as a static method here. How can I say it is a static method? Because here it is declared with the keyword called class methods. Whichever is created like class methods, it is a static method. Static method created, static method code implemented. But the end, that static method, I called with my object only as like my all other methods. You see, get employee changes, get employee again, display company. I called it like as usual. Is this not called like static method cannot be called by object name? Can, right?
Yes,
or no?
yes.
Yes, we can. This static method is absolutely behave like your normal method only. That's what, Tim. Here and there, some assumptions will be there in your mind. So eventually, that all will get erased, and definitely I will try to replace them with the actual right concepts by showing some examples like this. Yes, static methods absolutely are normal and equal to your normal methods, except one different behavioral difference. That behavioral difference, if you understand, then we can easily able to classify normal. So right now, though it is created as a static method, but still I can able to call that method as usual along with my object name. But then why static method we should create? Yes, that we have to now start think of. Then we will able to automatically phrase the definition for static attributes and static methods also. Just like object is required, class is required, without object. Those are all practically true, but more than the practical sense, the concept wise, why it is there, the exact technical purpose. The more technical purpose you understand, then you can able to see when you're creating a class, if there are 10 attributes, you can able to decide 3 attributes as static and 7 attributes as instance. You can able to judge that properly if you know the technical behavior behind this concept. Those things will continue. Yeah. So we will have some data types, and for each data type, we will create some data objects in our ABAP program. Let me give some simple example here. In your ABAP program, if you think like you have created one variable like this, data v1 of type. So data v1 of type I declare. Data v2 of type I. So what is this meaning? I have created 2 variables. So I have created one variable called v1. I have created one variable called v2. So this is basically the v1 and v2 are 2 variables. Now here in the program, I will say v1 equal to 100 is the statement I will do. Then here, so the value of v1, is now 100. And in my program, if I say v2 equal to 200, then the value of v2 variable is 200. Right? Then let me say data v3 of type I. That means another variable created. Each of these variables contains depend on the data type. So it is an integer data type. So it contains 4 bytes of space, right? 2-byte integer, 4-byte integer also we can create. So by default, every integer variable will have 4 bytes of space. So in that, we can able to store some value, 100, 200, 1,000, something like that. So suppose in my program, if I write a statement like, so right now you tell me what is the value of V3?
Initial blank.
The left hand side is programming code, right hand side, I'm simulating the values in the memory. So what is the value of V3 now?
Blank initial.
Initial value, it is 0. Very good. Because integer values, initial value is 0. Now I said V3 equal to V1 plus V2. Then what is the value of V3? How the value of V3 will get changed in the memory? See, left hand side, I'm writing the program. If I write this program, then you have to confirm in how the values are changing.
300.
It is
300, yeah.
It is 300. Then after that, I said clear V1. In ABAP statement, clear statement is there to clear the value. And what will happen?
Value will be removed.
So now what is the value of V1? What is the value of V1 now?
Initial.
0.
0.
Right? Then after that I said V2 equal to V. I said V1 equal to V2. What is the effect?
200.
200, 200. So V1 and V2 both have 200.
Right, very good. Then here I said
100.
They precisely. What 100?
V2 is 100.
Hmm?
V2 is 100.
That is not 100. Just you have to say the value of the whose value got impacted here. Because of this operation, V1 value affected, or V3 value affected, or V2 value affected, and whose value is 100, you should say that. Just 100. I'm not asking you about 300 minus 200 is how much. That arithmetic calculation everyone knows. This particular statement is affecting whose value? That is the question. So the V2 value become 100. Like that, all the data objects will behave team. No matter what, integer variables, date variables, character variables, right? And string variables, internal tables, work areas. In ABAP programs, all the variables, all the structures, all the internal tables, everything, everyone will behave in this way only. But when it comes to classes, it behaves differently. That you should understand. Now look at this example. Now this concept is clear to you. Okay. This is the regular ABAP programming statements.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the main advantage of using SAP BTP? Option A, reduced development costs. Option B, increased hardware performance. Option C, simplified cloud-based application development and integration. Option D, elimination of coding requirements. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to become great at using SAP BTP RAP? Our course is perfect for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP BTP RAP. It's a powerful tool for building apps and automating business processes on the cloud. We cover everything from the basics to advanced techniques. It's created by experts who truly understand SAP BTP RAP. Your instructors are professionals with years of experience. They're ready to help you and answer any questions you have. But don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course. People just like you have found it to be really helpful. The best part? It's affordable, so you don't have to spend a lot to learn something great. Ready to master SAP BTP RAP? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
When it comes to the ABAP statements, especially ABAP object statements, they works little differently here. Data V1, let me take this time differently. Data R1 of type reference to employee. Data R2 of type, or even yesterday we have taken like E1, E2, right? Let me take like the data E1, data E2 of type reference to employee. Data E3 of type reference to employee. So here, V1, V2, V3 variables, what is the size of each variable? How much memory they are occupying, how much space they are occupying in the memory, V1, V2, V3?
4 byte.
4 byte. Okay, let me define my V3. It is not an integer, it is a date type. Then how much memory V3 occupies in the memory to store the date? Guys, do you know memory allocation for every standard data types? Date variable occupies how much space, character variable occupies how much space, packet decimal, time variable. Any you guys know that one? The question is V3 is a date variable. So I can store dates in the V3. Now what is the memory allocation? What is the memory allocation for V3 given by system? Yeah, somebody said
8
bytes. I said no, more precise. 8 centimeters or 8 kilos? 8 bytes. 8 bytes, right. So date variables will occupy 8 bytes space in the memory to store the date value. If it is a time variable, so it is not a date variable, it is a time variable. So I can store some time value in the V3. So time variable will occupy how many bytes of space?
6.
6 bytes. Integers 4 bytes. Character 1 byte. Numeric character 1 byte. Right? Packet decimal variable length. Depend on how much value you are providing, it will occupy, including the decimal values. So like that, every data type will allocate some memory. Every data type will allocate some memory to that respective variable. Within that memory, the values will be stored. And every variable can contain only one value. That value, the moment you are copying another variable, you are clearing that variable, that content will get erased or the new content will get copied, something like that. So here V1 value is 100 initially. Now here V1 value is 200 because I did some calculations. So now V1 got 100 got replaced with 200. Any moment it will have only one value. This is the normal idea about any programming language, and you guys also very familiar of this. Now you tell me, E1, E2, E3 employee objects, how much memory system is allocated for these three reference variables? Get it out. Like V1, V2, V3, E1, E2, E3 also three variables. They are going to contain some employee information. They are going to be generated as like three objects very soon. I have created three reference variables, E1, E2, E3. Now the question is, what is the same class? Yesterday we created the employee class. No? If you want, I will keep it open up. Now, how much memory system has allocated for these three variables? Are they going to contain hundreds of KBs of data, MBs of data? Each E1, E2, E3, can they contain unlimited data within them?
No, it will be summation of the objects we define inside that employee.
Not objects. Not objects. Very
Variables.
good. Not variables. There is a technical name. You are very close.
Attributes.
Exactly. Don't say objects, don't say variables. We have a very clear-cut names right now. We are very familiar of that. So if you use the right word at the right place, the sentence will become more meaningful. Try that one. Okay, good answer. So it is the summation of all the attributes of a class. So inside employee class, I have taken employee ID as an integer, so 4 bytes. Employee name 20 bytes, so 20 plus 4, 24. And employee is again integer, another 4 bytes, so 28. And the employee company, that is 10 bytes. Yesterday I have taken 10 bytes, length 10. So 20 plus 10, 30, 4 plus 4, 8, 38. So every object, whether it contains information within it or not, secondary, but every object of employee class needs 38 bytes of memory. Actually, methods don't occupy any space, team. Only memory is required for attributes. Methods are just only coding statements. They will get executed. While executing, if they need any memory, they will take it temporarily and they will manage it on their own. So system will not allocate any memory exclusively for methods. Memory is required only for the attributes. So what is the size required for an object is equal to the summation of the total attributes of the class. So as per our yesterday's example, to store the data of an employee in an object, we need 38 bytes of space. 20 for employee name, 10 for company name, 20 plus 10, 30, and two integer variables, employee ID, age. Okay, so both of them are taking 4 plus 4. Total how many bytes? Yeah, each object needs how many bytes? Each employee object needs how many bytes?
32.
38.
Sorry, yeah, 38.
Right. Okay. Now let me say this. Data M1 of type reference to material. So I have created another class. You just think like, just assume that I have another class name is material, and I created a reference variable. Then what is the memory allocated for M1?
All the attributes of materials,
Exactly.
summation of all the attributes.
Exactly. You have to see the attributes which are going to be handled, which are going to be stored in the material object it will be. But you know how it works? E1 actually it contains only 2 bytes. Similarly, your E2, E3, they all contains only 2 bytes space. Is it? In 2 bytes of space, what can I store? Employee ID, employee name, company name, employee is. Can I store all of them with only 2 bytes? No. Then what do we do with these 2 bytes? Exactly. Here also, your M1 material object, okay, also will have 2 bytes. You don't know how many attributes are there in material class yet, isn't it? I didn't say anything about material class yet, but still even I can say M1 also has only 2 bytes. All object reference variables will initially have only 2 bytes of space. Oh, this is a strange thing, isn't it? Then in that 2 bytes of space, how am I? Suppose material class is having 50 attributes. You think like material ID, material name, material quantity, plant code, storage location, material group, material category, material measurements, material weight, right? Lot of data is there about material. 50 attributes are there. You think like that. 50 attributes and their summation is coming to 400 bytes or 500 bytes of data will be stored in every material object. Still even do you think M1 will have only 2 bytes? Yes. They will have initially only not initially, they will have only 2 bytes of space because these are not actually objects. E1, E2, E3, M1, M2, M3, whatever it is, they are not actually the objects. They are only called object reference variables. They are basically pointers. They're all pointers. How it works, this is the way. Now, next you will do create object E1 of type employee. You will say for creating the object. During this time, what will happen whenever you say create object statement, the system will create one object. Let me insert some shape, diamond, code bubble. I didn't like that. There are some shapes are there. Let me take one shape, one good shape. Let me take this. This is actually my object. This is actually my object. In this object, I have employee ID, employee name, age, and company. All the data is there in this object. I will store employee ID value 101, employee name is equal to Ross, and employee age is equal to 55, and company name is equal to TCS. Yesterday, you have made some things like that, right? This is my object. This object actually needs 38 bytes of space. This object, the system will allocate some memory to this object. And do you know what is the name of this object? No, there is no name. This particular object actually get created 101 001 01101. You just think like this is the address. At that address, this object actually got created. The system allocated 38 bytes of space at this, memory address. Physically in the RAM, that particular location will be identified. This value can be stored in a 2-byte integer. This value actually will get stored in E1. So what is the value of E1? The value of E1 is this address. So E1 is basically a 2-byte integer which contains the address of this object. So whenever I'm saying E1 get call this method E1 employee ID, E1 employee name, E1 set employee, E1 get employee, that means exactly I am going to this address. So no matter what, if I gave you the same address, all of you people will reach to the same destination because I have given you all the same address. And I asked you that, hey, all of you please go to this address. When you go, you all reach to the same place. Like that, the E1 contains the address of this object. Every time when you say, for example, E1 set employee, E1 get employee, when you are executing this kind of methods, statements, operations, E1 means this address. When they go to that address, who is there in that address? There is one object is there. That object has all the attributes. That object has all the methods. Those methods, those attributes are going to be dealt with. That is how the object and the reference variable concept will work. So it is a 2-byte integer now. E1 is a 2-byte integer. So this E1 is actually now pointing to that object. Let me cannot able to rotate that. So now E1 is actually pointing to this object. E1 is a reference variable that is pointing to this object. And E1 is not an object team. E1 is a 2-byte variable and it contains the memory address of that object. And by the way, what is the name of the object? No, there is no name to the object. Object not have any name. There is a name only for the reference variable. This is actually pointing to that object by using the pointer concept. Then as long as it contains. Now let us see one more example, then you will understand these things even much better way. Create object E2. That means I am requesting the system, hey, you please create one more object. Okay, then the system created one more object for you. And that employee ID is different, 102. That employee name is Kumar James John, and his age is 45. He's a different employee, he's a different object. This particular object got created at another memory location. Control C, Control V. For example, he got created at this memory location. This address, that particular memory location is actually stored in V2. So your object references just storing only the, your object references are just storing only the address of that objects. They really not contains anything. For storing the address, what they need, just they need 2 bytes of space. That is enough for them. That's more than enough for them in order to reach to that address. Like that, your object references and objects are working. Now, this is the question. I have one more reference variable E3. Has it been created as an object? What is E3 here?
It's a reference variable.
It is a reference variable. Is it an object?
No.
So
No, it's
does
not.
E3 no? Does E3 pointing to any object at this moment?
No.
No. So look at here. E3 is a blank. That 2 bytes is not filled. On my screen, look at E3. So it is not pointing to any address right now at this moment. So it is still an empty reference variable. It is not pointing to any object. At that moment, if you call a method like this, if you try to execute a statement like this, E3 get employee. Like that, if you call a method, what will happen? So E3 is a blank reference. Right now, E3 is not pointing to any object, but still you are attempting to calling a method. There is no address, there is no class, there is no object. So it does not know where to go. There is no address there. Then it leads to the short terms because E3 is still not pointing to any object. But just for a convenience, we will say E3 is not at an object like that. We will call him. But try to understand the actual picture. It is a blank reference variable. As long as it is a blank reference variable, it will not copy anything. Now, mostly what people will think like here. Now I said E3 equal to E2. What will happen? See, just for this comparison only, I gave you already this concept. The variables concept I gave you here, V1 equal to V2. What happened? The value of V2 copied into V1. You already answered these questions very correctly. Now, in the similar way, I write a statement here, E3 equal to E2. That means I'm trying to copy the content of E2 into E3. So what is happening here? You tell me.
E3 is referring to E2.
So is it creating another object now or what is
No. The address is being given to the E2's address will be given to E3.
Exactly, Tim. So by making this, you don't think like E2 is another variable, E3 is another variable. The whole data of employee 2 copied here into E3 as well. Um, with one more picture like this. And now E3, right, is pointing to this object. So right now you have 3 objects. No, you don't have 3 objects here. System has not created one more object here. This is not generated. This particular statement copying the E2 information into E3. What is the E2 information? Not the content of the object. Content of the object is belongs to object. Look at here. What is the value of E2? E2 value is this one. This is the value of E2, guys. This is the value of E2. The employee number, employee name, John, employee is 45. This is not the data of E2. That is the data of your second object. What is the data of E2? E2 contains this address. So in this operation, I'm trying to copy the data of E2 into E3. I'm copying the content of E2 into E3. That means this is the content. This particular content is now getting copied into this. That means both E2 and E3 contains the same address. What does that mean for? Obviously, my E3 also pointing to the same object because they both are pointing to the same address. Now here in my program after this, if I say E2 get employee, it will display the employee data. And if I say E2, sorry, E3 get employee. Okay. So what is the output will come to? E2 get employee, E3 get employee if I call the last two statements.
It will give employee ID 102 data.
E2 get employee will display the employee ID 102 data. E3 get employee
102 data only.
103 data. So here what is happening? There is only one object, but which is now pointing by two reference, which is being pointed by two reference variables here at the same time. So that means both E2 and E3 are currently looking at the same object only. If you do with E2 also, it will be the same. If you do with E3 also, it will be the same. There are only two objects. By making this statement E3 equal to E2, it does not mean that the content of E2 object is copied into another object called E3. People will think like that. It is not like the normal variable behavior. The address of E2 copied into E3, but address remains the same. As long as the address is the same, which contained by E2 and E3, they both are connecting and pointing to the same object. So still in this program, you have only two objects, but three reference variables. E1 is pointing to the first object, 101. E2 and E3 point into the second object, employee ID 102. Now, the question will come here. After this, I say clear E2. What will happen?
E2 gets erased.
E2 means what? Employee ID 102, John, case 45, company name. Is that data?
No, only the reference. Only the.
Exactly. This address of E2 will be erased. So when that address is erased, he forgot the address of the object. That means E2 is a blank reference variable. He is no more pointing to that object. But clear E2 does not mean that it is clearing the employee ID 102 information. Still, do you have that data there or not?
Yes,
Yes.
data is there.
Yes. Clear E2 statement not clearing the content of the object. It is clearing the content of E2. What is content of E2? Address. Address cleared. When the address cleared, address got cleared. Now E2 is no more pointing to that object. So now E2 is a blank reference. Now E2 does not know anything about that object. Again, until and unless it get the same address back, E2 is a blank thing. He does not know anybody. Earlier, he knows employee ID 102 John data, but now E2 does not know anything. Doesn't he? He forgot everything, erased from his mind. He doesn't know anybody. Who is John? He will ask. But still, clear E2 not cleared the content of your object, guys. It is there. Now, after this statement, what I will do, I will say clear E3. What happened?
Now the object gets deleted.
First, what will happen?
First,
The reference will be
reference
deleted.
object will get cleared.
The address of the reference variable, the information of the reference variable cleared, correct?
Yeah.
Now this is cleared, right?
Yeah.
Now E3 is a blank variable.
Yes.
Now E3 is not pointing to this object, right?
Yes.
Shall I remove this arrow?
Yeah.
Then still that object is there. But
Yeah.
how do I get this John data back? How can I get that? You cannot. Why? What has happened? Right now, that address is not stored, that address not held by anybody. Then no reference variable, at least one reference variable should hold that address. Now everyone's address, now all of you lost the address. Every one of you, I gave you one ID, one visiting card. But unfortunately, all of you lost that visiting cards. Then no one knows what is the address. So then, as long as no active reference variable contains this address, this object become alone. When it is alone, it is something like a garbage. The system will slowly take it into dump. So that system will clear that object, will erase the. So we don't know where it gone. Somewhere it went into the garbage collection. But you yourself will not clear the content of the object directly. It will be there as long as there is no reference variable currently hold the address of that object simply will get vanished. So this concept in real life, I will give you one example like this. Usually I do compare like this also. You just think like there is a kite. Okay, it is flying in the sky. There is a kite, and you will control that kite from here. So how do you control that? What is actually connecting that kite? You connected with some thread, right? It is in your hand. Agree?
Yes.
Now
Yes.
you can pull it down, you can make it even fly high, you can pull it down, you can just move it because you are controlling the kite which is in the sky by using the thread and by using that manja, by holding that in your hand, you are actually controlling that. What happened is to the same kite, you just imagine like you connected through two different threads as like E2 and E3. You connected two different threads. Both threads connected to the same kite. So if I pull one thread also E2, or if I pull the second thread also, both are connected to the same kite. So by pulling down any of these threads, that kite will come down. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Because the both threads connected to the same kite. So I can use E2 also to operate the same kite. I can use E3 thread also to operate the same kite. Then what will happen? Suddenly, I cut that thread E2. I disconnected thread E2. Do you lost the control on the object?
No.
No. You connect to the thread of E2. So that means that thread is disconnected, but still you have the control on the kite because there is another thread which is still in your hand, which is connected to that kite. You can use that to pull it down, to control, to operate, and you can completely pull it down, and you can connect again one more thread in between. Again, you can have multiple threads connected to the same kite. That is also fine. But what happened? The second thread E3 also I disconnect. I cut with knife. Then what will happen?
There is no control. The kite will fly away.
Then what happened to kite?
The kite will fly away.
It will fly away. You haven't done anything to the kite actually. You didn't dispose the kite actually. It is there, but you lost the control over the kite. You have not connected to that kite by any active thread at this moment. So the kite simply will fly away, and it will get vanished after a while. After you disconnect both threads, after you cut the both threads, can you connect one more thread to that kite which is in the sky now?
No.
No, you cannot. You're on the ground, that is somewhere else. At least you should have one hold. At least you should have one reference variable contains the address of that object. If not, it will gone away. But system will not copy multiple objects. As you said, V3 equal to V4, V5 equal to V5. As long as you're copying the addresses, you're clearing the addresses, that is actually not affecting the content of the object. And in fact, object does not have any name, right? As I have shown before, objects doesn't have any names. Only they are held by 3 reference variables. Here you see earlier example, E1, E2, E3. These are not 3 objects, 3 reference variables. And even look at that, if you think like E1, E2, E3 are objects, then how it is sounding like? Is it sounding like, is it all 3 objects or not? But do you have really 3 objects there?
No.
Exactly. You have only 2 reference variables. Yes, or 3 reference variables, but only 2 objects. Even I can do like this also, team. You just think like E2 equal to E1, E3 equal to E2. I have made some statements like this in my program. What does that mean?
That stores the copy of one reference variable into another.
Yeah, what will happen? What is the impact here? According to this example, you tell me now.
There is only one object, and it is being stored in E2 and E3.
Even also, right?
Yeah. Even is the object.
Even also. So right now, only one object, but being referred by
E2 and E3. Three reference variables.
3 reference variables. Yes. E1, E2, and E3 also. So guys, if one or two of you not able to, digest this quickly, no problem. You guys try to have some internal, chart within yourself. You try to have some cross questioning among you, and those who are clear about this concept, talk to others. You clear to their questions, and let them also ask you some questions. How that is, you can able to test all these things practically in the system. You must try that. Is it the way how that is behaving? When I explain things to you, you should be in a position to test these things. Is this correct? Whatever I said, is that statement is true? You can be able to test this in the system. Then you can have a proof also. Yes, yes, it is behaving exactly the same way how he said. If not, we have to bring it up again. We can further deep dive into that. How to test it, team. We should not get satisfied just by listening. Practically also, we should able to test that and confirm that. And those who are not yet clear on this, try to execute that in the system. You do some R&D on this. Further, if you have any questions, we will discuss on that. This is how, in object-oriented programming, the reference variables and objects will behave. Hope it is clear. Any questions? Yes, any one of you had any questions? All right.
No, sir.
Yeah, please. Okay. If not, then we will continue with our next execution in the system team. Yesterday we learned about constructors and all. Let me cover about inheritance and other aspects also today. What about our system access? Okay, so this is the program yesterday we created with the constructor and static attributes, static methods also we created. Let us continue with these concepts. So static attribute. When do we create static attributes and static methods? Normally, employee ID is employee ID is common for everybody, or employee ID should be unique for everyone?
Unique.
Unique.
Employee name, unique. Employee age, unique. I wanted these fields to be maintained separately for every object independently. But when it comes to company, okay, the company information, all of these employees are belongs to my company only. So all of them are going to have the same value only. So by keeping it unique, so here company will take 10 bytes. Here also company will take 10 bytes, and the value remains the same. Some values for all the objects, we will keep it same. But if it is also created like normal attributes, so here company contains, sorry, the company is equal to is this company equal to TCS. And here also for this object also company equal to TCS. And another object also if I create a company equal to TCS. But here it takes 10 bytes. Here it takes 10 bytes. Every object is taking 10 bytes of space, though all of them are maintaining the same value. Then when the value is the same for all objects, why should I keep 10 bytes separately for every one of the objects separately? So it will be there like that, but system will maintain that value company equal to TCS at a separate memory location. It looks like it is there in every object, but system will not maintain that value, you know, um, for every object separately as like an independent attribute, common attribute. Common attribute and value also remains the same for n number of objects. So system internally maintain that attribute 10 bytes, that value TCS in a different way by having only 10 bytes. Suppose you created 100 employee objects in that program. At a time, you are playing around 100 objects. Okay, don't take 100 objects, 5 objects. 5 employee objects. If it is also like a normal attribute like employee ID, employee name, of course, I have no other way. Employee ID, employee name should be always unique. Those must be independent, object specific. Those are called instance attributes. But some attributes whose value is common, equal for all objects to be maintained equally for all objects, why should I make it that attribute also as like every of my other attributes? Why should I make so 5 objects you're maintaining, so 5 companies? Value remain the same. 50 bytes it is occupying in the memory. Rather, let me take it only one. It will be appeared, it will be appeared in all of your objects. You can still treat it like a normal attribute only, guys, but internally, system is not maintaining that independently for every object. System will not allocate the memory separately for every object. It is a shared memory, common memory, only at one place at one time. Those are called static attributes. So by keeping company as TCS, by creating this company, only company, not the other attributes as a static attribute, here also it is there, here also it is there. It looks like that, but still system maintaining it only at one place at one time. If you wanted to do that, you have to create those attributes as static attributes. Otherwise, all the other things should be instance attributes only. Now, did you find the difference between static attribute and instance attribute?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Now you understood what has to be created as instance attributes, what has to be created as static attributes. There is no hard and fast rule here. Depend on the requirement. Should be unique. I have to create like instance attributes. Should be commonly maintained attributes for all objects. Those has to be created as static attributes. These static attributes still you can treat like a normal attributes only. They are available to you. You can access them anytime. Just you can access them anytime. You can display them. You can play with them. You treat like all normal. For example, but only thing is, suppose you are working on employee ID, you are changing some details of employee ID. Employee ID 101. His name is not Raj actually. His name is um, some whatever some okay Sai, and his age is also wrongly entered 51. And by the way, the company name also, he changed it from TCS to IBM. The moment he changed that, this particular change will not take place in this object alone. It will change the common memory address. So that means if you think you changed the company name of employee, but still even the common value got affected, so that all objects also, because they're all referring to this location, guys. They're all referring to this location. So if you change for one object also, in all other objects also, the change will get reflected because it is the same field for all objects. It is only one field commonly shared by all objects. That field itself got updated so that the change will automatically reflected in every other object also. So all remaining employees company name also will be changed as IBM only. Of course, it is not changed as IBM because it is not separately maintained, I said, right? It is only one place. So anywhere if you change that, that change will automatically reflecting in all the remaining objects also because it is a static attribute. It is not independent. It is not instance specific, object specific, commonly shared attribute to save the memory. These are called static attributes. Then what is called static method? So static method is a specially created method which we usually create especially for handling the static attributes. Static attributes you can still access like normal attributes also. Yesterday, I have shown that example. Let me go back to SAP screen. Look at here. How do we create that as a static attribute? In the attributes, one attribute you can create like a static attribute. Here by creating class data. Instead of data, you will create class data. You see, this is data, 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 but this one is created like class data. Company is created like a class data. So it is a static attribute. But I use it normally. See, in the set employee data, I'm changing it in the get employee data. I'm displaying that company. It is a static attribute, but still I'm accessing that. I'm displaying that. I'm using that in my normal methods also. But for a quick and easy access, especially for handling the static attributes, we do create static methods. So all the other methods, unless and until you specified in other way, like here, so set employee. What type of method is set employee? Go back. Methods. So it is an instance method. Methods. It is also instance method because you did not specify that keyword called class. They're all. But here, display company is a method I have done, which is created like a class method. So it is a static method. Static method can access only static attributes. Static method cannot access other attributes, instance attributes. Static method can access only static attributes. But vice versa, normal methods, if you take, they can access both instance attributes also and static attributes also. They can access instance attributes also, static attributes also. But static methods are especially created only for handling static attributes. So static methods can access only the static attributes. Instance attributes cannot be accessed by static methods. For a convenience purpose only, we have taken. Example, yesterday we have taken display company to display the company data. So if you go here, so in the last display company, I said, so display company is displaying the company name of E1 of employee. But at the same time, get employee is a normal method. But even in this method also, I have used the company name. But this display company method can access only company data. Suppose if it wants to display employee name also, will it accept it? Check once. Within a static method, only static attributes can be accessed without specifying the further information. So why am I not able to access ename? It is a method, but why am I'm displaying the company name? But why am I not able to display the employee name?
It is an instance variable,
Attribute.
instance attribute.
Yeah. Okay. Then. So what?
Instance attributes cannot be accessed in static methods.
Good. Static methods can access only
Static attributes.
Static
Now,
attribute.
what about instance methods?
It's both. Static
It
and
can access
instance.
both.
Yes. Instance methods can access both instance attributes also,
Static attributes also.
static attributes also. But that is a very, very, very simplest purpose team. That is one point. That is the purpose actually for static attribute and static method. And another good thing is these static methods, only static methods, we can call with, you see, object name also. At the same time, static method, anyhow, static method means static attribute. Static attribute anyhow not belongs to object. It is belongs to entire class. It is belongs to all the objects of that class. So it is not about employee one company or employee two company, employee five company. All the company names are same for all employee one, employee two, employee five, everybody. That is the reason we can able to call that static method directly with the class name also. This is possible. So here what am I doing? I'm calling the same method, but this time I'm not using the object. I'm using the class name. Yes. With class name also, you can call that method. Which method you can call? Only static method. Instance methods, you have to call with instance. See, clearly it is maintaining instance method. That means instance is specific. So obviously you must call only with instance. Static method, common to all objects. When it is common to all objects, I don't require it to call with a specific object. I can directly call with my class name also. So only this is the arrow operator you will see. Whenever there is a double arrow operator, you can clearly identify that the left-hand side operand is a class name. We never use object when we are using the left-hand side operand is a class name and the right-hand side operand is a static component, maybe a static attribute or maybe a static method also. You can access static attribute also. You can access a static method also. This is possible. Check for the errors. Oh, I didn't change that statement there. Okay, this comment, I should comment this. Good, no errors. So static methods, we can access directly with the class name. When you're using the class name, this is the arrow operator. So clearly to showcase the difference, because by looking at names, you cannot say which is object and which is class. But by looking at this symbol, you can say, whenever you have this double arrow operator, 100, that is clear that the left-hand side is a class name, the right-hand side is a static component, or a static attribute or a static method or a static event. Because with objects, we never use this double arrow. With objects, always we use single arrow. Whenever in your standard SAP coding, there is a single arrow operator, you can clearly understand the left-hand side is a
Reference variable.
Object reference.
object reference. Okay, instance, let's say, right? Object reference. And right-hand side is one?
Method name.
Methods.
Instance method,
Instance method.
not static method?
Both can be. Both can
Exactly.
be.
Can be
Both
both.
can be. Exactly. Both can be. Can be instance method or it can be static method also. That we cannot say until we see the code. But left-hand side operand is a instance. Left-hand side operand is a instance. Right-hand side operand may be instance method or maybe a static method. Like that. But whenever you have this double arrow operator, the left-hand side operand is a class, name of the class. And the right-hand side operand is a name of the static component. Let me activate this. Execute this. It's working, and both are displaying the name of the companies here. So I displayed the name of the company with instance. I displayed the name of the company with the class name. Both Both have displayed the data. You see, here I called with instance and here I called with the class name. Both are doing the same job. So both are happening here.
I have one doubt. Hello.
Come on, come on.
Yes, sir. In instance method, we can call the in reference variable, we can call the static and instance, both of them. But in
Attributes.
attributes, yes, attributes and method. But in static, we can only suppose in last one we are calling through the static one. So what is means if we can call through the instance both of them, like static and instance both of the attributes. So why we are using the static one?
Right. So here, even display company, when you say this one, how that is sounding like I'm displaying the company name of employee one. And E2 display company name, that is looking like I'm displaying the company name of employee 2. But actually, there is no company name separately for E1. There is no company name separately for E2. So those methods, there's no meaning actually that especially exclusively calling by object only, because it is not object specific. It is not object specific. So being not object specific, there is no purpose actually for calling with the object. Though we can call, but it is not the good practice. Otherwise, it is sounding like I'm displaying employee 1 company, employee 3 company, employee 5 company. But in fact, in the real scenario, the name of the company name is common for all objects. So that's the reasons we don't use this kind of calling. Instead of that, we will use this only. So I'm displaying the company name by using employee. Clearly, I can understand that, which is commonly being maintained for the whole class, irrespective of the instances. So this is it's not like, so in this example, we have taken only one attribute. But when we are building the applications, we will be having so many static attributes we will take in one single class. You will be going to have so many static attributes also. So there's no the meaning is not right when you are handling them, when you are calling them through the instances, because those are particularly not instance specific. So that we will call them with the name of the class, though it is possible to call them with the object also, but it is recommended instance attributes have to be dealt separately by the instance methods. Now you see, even display company, employee display company, which is actually making more sense here in this program.
Yes, sir.
Line number 121 or 123, which has more meaning?
123.
120.
123.
Yes.
Line number 123.
123. Because when we are reading the program also, by reading the program itself, we should be able to understand what's happening there. Yeah, here there is a meaning, get employee. There is a meaning that, okay, I'm displaying the data of employee 1. And when I say E2 get employee, I'm displaying the data of employee 2. But even get company is not like about I'm displaying the company name of E1. It is a common thing. Then there is no point to call that kind of methods with instances. Let it deal separately. So they have introduced the concept called static method, which we can directly call with class name. And do you know good thing? Without even the objects created. Suppose, let me not have any of these objects. I haven't created any objects. Let me comment all these objects. So I haven't created any instance, neither E1 nor E2 nor E3, no employee objects created, but still even this will work. Because, of course, because that is being maintained at your class level. So it will work. Right now, there's no company because it's not maintained anywhere. So we cannot do, but if it is there, you can able to call it. So static methods will be useful like that also, even without instances get generated. But if some common data is there or anything, if you have, you can able to call it. Practically, you will come to know more sense and more meaning of having them. Okay.
And one other thing, suppose if I am calling the static method like a display company, okay. So all the attribute of this method should be static, right?
This it should be other way. This method can access only static attributes.
Yes, yes, yes.
We have to. So method does not have attributes. Method is there
No,
to.
no. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Actually,
you're right.
only
Right.
yeah, this method only can suppose if I am getting the company name here, so from the attribute. So in this method, suppose display company is the method, and I want to get the value from another attribute. So that attribute should be static, right,
Perfect.
inside this method.
Correct.
Okay, okay.
Inside this method, whichever attributes you are trying to access, all of them should be the static attributes.
Static, static. Yeah, thank
Static attributes. So next, let us talk about inheritance. So inheritance concept is another main pillars of object-oriented programming. So that talks about the, reusability. When we are developing the applications, number of classes, all right, we wanted to build on top of other. So basically, it should be like a structural building. So we cannot define the whole stuff, the whole thing just in a bulky class. We have to split things in a hierarchical manner, in a structured manner, and we need to build it like on brick kind of model, right? So that things can be organized and managed easily. So in that aspect, there is a requirement will comes up about reusing the things which are already defined in one class. For example, I have created a class already. Let me say class A. And in class A, I have created some components like attributes, methods, right? For example, in class A, in public section, there are 3 methods. In protected section, there is one method or one attribute. And in private section, there are 4 attributes. 3 methods, 1 protected attribute, 4 private attributes. Like that, I have created in class A. And all these methods, 3 methods, are already well implemented. Now, when I'm creating a class B, I wanted to reuse those things which are already created in class A. If you wanted to reuse the things, then we have to define inheritance, inheriting from your class A. Then all the stuff of class A will get inherited to your class B. For example, your parents. Your parents worked and earned some money. Your parents already have some properties. Now, all the properties or all the money what they earned have to get inherited to you, right? As a successor of the generation. So all the properties belongs to your parents will get inherited to you, so that you can able to make use of them. And on top of that, you can also earn your own stuff. You will definitely earn something on your own, but you are getting some inherited property. We use that word also, right? That is inherited property. That means which came to you from your parents or grandparents, which we usually call it like inherited property. Similar thing here also. Inheritance is all about using the things which are already well defined and maintained, so that we can save some time, we can save some things, and also structural building will happen. By doing the inheritance, what will happen? For example, in my class B, again, I have public section, I have protected section, I have private section. You think like in class B, there are uh, 2 attributes in private section, and there is no protected component. And in public section, in class B, there are uh, 3 methods or 2 methods. But because of this inheritance, what will happen? From class A, in class A, how many public methods are there?
3.
3.
Those 3 also, right? From methods, method belongs to class A. From class A, the 3 methods also will come to you. And there is one protected attribute. That protected attribute also from class A, one attribute will come to you into your protected section. There are 4 attributes. Will that 4 attributes will come here? No, that will not come. So here, just I'm keeping the flow. So for attributes, for private attributes, one protected attribute, three methods in class A. Here A for class A. Okay, A for attribute, don't think like one attribute, four attributes, three methods in class A. So those three methods inherited here. Now totally in class B, how many methods you have? Five methods. And one protected attribute automatically get inherited to your protected space, one attribute. But here in class B, you have created two attributes which are purely specific. This is your own end money. Okay, but the private attributes of class A will not get inherited to your class B because private components are not eligible for inheritance. For example, your father, right? Your father earned some kind of medals. Okay, you just think like your father earned some kind of medals, which is completely private to your father. Your father only can use them. That medals will not get inherited because that is something which is purely personal. So specific thing. It has some worth, but that worth only is eligible when only for your father. That will not get inherited to you. It is a private property of your father. Anything which your knowledge of your father that may not get inherited to you, or any kind of suppose for example, for the army services that your father has done, your central government has given some kind of privileges to your father, so which is only your father can have. So those will not eligible for the inheritance. Private components of superclass will not get inherited to your subclass. Here class A is called superclass and class B is called subclass. Like that, it will come up. Now, you can create one more class, class C, right? Inheriting from B. So you can create another subclass, which is inheriting from class B. Yes, exactly. Here my class can have public section, protected section, private section again. So my class B has five methods. All that five. So my class C will have its own one method. It has its own method plus additionally those five methods will come here from the class B. 3 plus 2, that five methods will come here. That protected attribute once again will come here, right? One attribute will come here. And addition to that, if it wants to define any of its own private attributes, it can take its own private attributes again. So public components and protected components will keep on get inherited to your next things, but private components will stop then and there only. You can have multiple inheritance levels like this that you can create. This is one point.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a service offered by SAP BTP? Option A, machine learning. Option B, Internet of Things, IoT. Option C, Microsoft Office integration. Option D, database and data management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to become great at using SAP BTP RAP? Our course is perfect for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP BTP RAP. It's a powerful tool for building apps and automating business processes on the cloud. We cover everything from the basics to advanced techniques. It's created by experts who truly understand SAP BTP RAP. Your instructors are professionals with years of experience. They're ready to help you and answer any questions you have. But don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course. People just like you have found it to be really helpful. The best part? It's affordable, so you don't have to spend a lot to learn something great. Ready to master SAP BTP RAP? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
About the inheritance. And about the inheritance, there is another important point is that, for example, in class A, in these three methods, okay, you just think like one constructor is there. Along with the three methods in class A, there is one constructor. If you have a constructor in class A, then compulsory in class B also, you must create a constructor. And in that constructor, while writing the code, compulsory, there is another thing. We have to call the superclass constructor exclusively by using this statement. This is the rule. If your superclass has a constructor, then your subclass also must have a constructor, and that constructor should explicitly call the superclass constructor by writing the statement super. Super is a keyword that is automatically representing the superclass. Arrow operator constructor. You must call that. When your superclass does not have a constructor, that is fine. You can have a constructor in your subclass, or if you don't want constructor in your subclass, that is also fine. But if you wanted to have a constructor in your subclass, no matter what, whether your superclass has the constructor, does not have the constructor, but still even, you must call this statement super constructor. Once again, I'm summarizing about the constructor team. There are three combinations. Number one, if your superclass has no constructor, number one, if your superclass has a constructor, your subclass also must have a constructor. And it should call the superclass constructor by using the statement super arrow operator constructor as a first statement in the subclass constructor. That is combination one. Second combination. If your superclass has no constructor, your subclass is, you don't need to force your subclass to have a constructor. You can leave it. If your superclass has no constructor, third one, if your superclass has no constructor, but still even you want to have a constructor in subclass, then also you must call superclass constructor, because implicitly, internally, there is a default constructor is there in your superclass. At least that should get satisfied, so that you must call super-constructor. So this is one thing about to remember during the inheritance. And another important thing to notice while doing the inheritance is to look at this data A1 of type reference to my class A. Right. Create object A1. I can do. There is no problem. Absolutely good. Then data B1 of type reference to class B. Right. You have it now. Class A, class B. So now you tell me here, A1 is a reference variable of class A, B1 is a reference variable of class B, C1 is a reference variable of class C. You can create like that. Normally, if you write a statement like this, what will happen? The system will create an object of class A. The system will create the object for class A. You think like it is an object. Class A object, and this is pointed by A1. And if you say this statement, create object B1, tell me what happened? Tell me guys, what happened? What will happen?
Object B1 will be created.
System will create an object of which class?
B. Class B.
Class B, okay. So system will create a object for class B. Let me take like this. And this is class B object, and which is pointing by your reference variable B1. It will be there. But this is also possible. Create object A1 type class B. What does that mean for? You are trying to create object of class B, right? But you are trying to point that with object A1. This is possible. So what is happening here? Tell me. In the last statement, what happened? Tell me.
Created a object A1 for the class B.
You created the object of which class?
Class B.
Class B.
Okay. You created the object of class B. You created an object for class B, but that is being referred by which reference variable?
Class A.
Class A.
How will that work out?
Yes.
Why so?
Now that will hold the class B address, no?
Yeah, it will hold the class B address, but it is not the reference variable of class B. It is a reference variable of class A.
Yes.
So that does not mean that anybody can hold anyone. For example, let me take like this: data C1 of type reference to class material. There is a class called material class. Okay. It is also a reference variable. Then can I use here like this? That means I'm creating object of which class?
Class B.
Class B.
Class B. And
Referring
I wanted to point that with which reference variable?
material class.
M1. What is M1? M1 is a reference variable of which class?
Material.
Will it okay? Will it accept?
No.
No. How? It is though it is a reference variable, every reference variable cannot hold the address of every object team. Reference variables also should have a category. Reference variables also should be the valid reference variables. Material reference variable cannot hold the employee object. Material reference variable cannot hold the customer object. Customer reference variable only can hold customer object. Material reference variable can hold only material class object. Any class reference variable cannot point any object belongs to of any class. No, this is not valid. But earlier statement will work out. This will work out. Here also, I created the object of class B, but which I am pointing with the reference variable of
Class A.
but it will work out. Why? Because now here in this example, there is a relation between class A and class B. Here class A is a superclass. Class A is a superclass of class B. There is a relation so that the object class, the B object, can even also be pointed by the reference variable of A1. So here, these two are valid statements. Create object B1 of type class B. So I have created another object here. I have created another object here for B1. Right. One is referred by A1, one is referred by B1. Two objects of class B created. Still both are acceptable. Though A1 is a reference of class A because there is a relation. Class A is a superclass of class B. That statement will work. So by this way, what you are understanding? The reference variable of superclass can be used to point to the object of subclass. Agree?
Yes.
Yes.
Not vice versa. Okay. Vice versa also is possible, but we have to do some typecasting. Vice versa is not directly possible. The reference variable of superclass, because your parent has a right to go to your account. He can go to your bank and on behalf of you, he can access. There is a provision because he is your parent. He can go and talk to your college principal. He has. But you, on the other way, you don't have the right to go and talk to your daddy's manager in his office. You are a kid, so you don't have that reverse provision. but your father has a right to go to your college and talk to your principal even without you have next to him. But on the other way, you are not the person who can directly go to your father office and talk to his manager. Agree?
Yes.
So that is how we should understand. See, guys, these examples, whatever I'm sharing with you, it is not something like I read somewhere. Just by imagining things, by visualizing things, we have to compare all the concept what actually we are learning with our real life scenarios. Then the concept will be there forever in your mind. That sort of learning, if we can adapt. Always, because this is not something like a unknown thing or a something different thing we are dealing with. This is obviously the general things. Project requirements, project developments are only always about to deal and handle our real-time cases, our real life business, our real life usages. Our real life usages only, we are trying to build a solution. So certainly we have to understand that concept by comparing that with the real world around us. Then that concept you will never forget. Right. So like that we can do. Similarly, the reference variable of class B can also be used to point to the object of class C, because B is a superclass of class C. At the same time, there is one more wonderful thing. The reference variable of class A also can be used to point to the object of class C. You know why? A to C. How it works? Because A is a
Parent
Super
class.
class.
parent class of? No, A to C I'm
Class.
asking. Yeah. Now, what is the relation between A to C?
A is the super class and C is subclass.
C is not a subclass of A, na?
But subclass of B.
Right. It is a grandparent. Correct?
Yes.
B is the parent of class C. But who is A? He is a
A is the super class of all B and C.
B and C. Now for C to A, what is the relation? Parent-child relation. What is the relation of A and C?
A is the parent and C is the child.
No. A is a parent and B is a child.
And B is a parent
So
class
A is
of
the
C.
parent, B is the child, and C is the child of B.
B. So A to C, what is the relation?
Grandparent.
Yeah, grandparent. Your grandparent also can go to, your grandparent also has the right to go to your college and talk to your principal. Something like that. So A also can be used to point to the object of C. You guys should able to test all these things practically on the system, because we don't have the time to illustrate, demonstrate all these things on the system. But definitely certain things I do, and few things I provide you some exercises. It will work out. Now you understand the point about the inheritance. So mainly two things to be remembered. But at the same time, there is a limitation, guys. In class B, how many methods are there? Look at here. Look at this picture again. In class B, how many methods are there?
2 methods.
Well, 5 methods, but
Five.
only class B 2 methods.
Yeah, totally class B has how many methods now?
5 methods.
5 methods.
5 methods, exactly. My class B has 5 methods. So all the 5 methods I can invoke. With B1, I can invoke all the 5 methods. With B1. That means my B1 can call method 1, method 2, method 3, method 4, method 5. All 5 methods my B1 can call. But here it is an object, B is an object. It has 5 methods, but still even it is referring by which reference variable in the first example, in the blue example, it is referring by which reference variable?
Reference variable of class A.
Exactly, reference variable of class A. Then, as long as it is referring, it can call only M1, M2, and M3 methods only it can call. The remaining 2 methods, actually, here also you have 5 methods. Here also, you have 5 methods. Your class B has 5 methods. That is clear. But all that 5 methods you can invoke with B1 because B1 is a reference variable of the same class, 100% matching. Like your principal, even your parent goes to your principal, but your principal will share your parent only few things. But your principal will share everything with you only. Everything. Right? But with your parent, your principal still will say, will share only few things, not everything. Like that, my A1 can, though A1 is pointing to B here, B object, but still it can call only those three methods which are inherited from its original. That means your father gave you some property. So when your father goes to bank, he can access only the property which he gave you. Whatever you end on your own, that cannot be accessible by your father. Whatever that belongs to you, that cannot be. But when you go to your bank, your values also and whatever is inherited from your father, both, because that is entirely belongs to you. That everything belongs to you. So when you go to your bank locker, you can access everything. But when your father goes to bank locker, your father can access only those documents which he gave to you, which are inherited from him to you, but not what actually you end on your own. Are you getting me? Like that here, my A1 can call only those methods which are really inherited from class A to my B object because it is currently pointing by reference variable of A. So it has a limitation. But as long as it is pointing by the reference variable of class B, it can access everything. Are you getting me?
Yes, sir.
So practically, though it is possible, but this is the limitation we have. That's it. That's it. This is only about the inheritance to understanding. Check it out. Check it out all these things practically by creating 1 to simple classes on your own by doing some inheritance. I will give you the syntaxes for inheritance. You will work it out. The next concept is final class. Very simple. Suppose one of the classes we will create like a final class. Purposefully, we will define that as a final class. For example, here, let it come. If I maintain a class as if I define a class as a final class, for example, class A to class B inherited. When I am creating my class B, I said it is a final. It is a final class. My class B is a final class. Whenever a class is created as a final class, that means you cannot inherit one more subclass from that class. You cannot. So my from my grandfather, some properties came to my father. But my father said that I don't want to give it to anybody. So with me only that will get end up. So it is final. So that means nothing is getting inheriting. You cannot create another subclass from the final class. So when the B is defined as a final class, that means he cannot be a parent anymore. You cannot create any subclasses from class B because in the hierarchical structure, he is the final. That means there is no more subclass can be created from class B. Whichever class you created as a final class, he cannot be the parent anymore. You cannot create any subclass from out of him. So that is called final. There is another concept called abstract class. Some classes we will create like a abstract class. For example, let me make my class A is an abstract class. It is different. It is not like finally, this is different. I created class A as an abstract class. And I inherited from class A to class B, remaining all same. But whichever class, do you know guys what is called abstract class?
Abstract class are not defined.
Abstract class is like suppose if I have a class A and I have defined that class A as an abstract, so there will be there can be undefined method also there, and that undefined method we can define another class also.
What is the use of that? Why? What is that undefined method, and can define that?
Suppose,
That is
suppose,
okay. No, that is okay. What you said is right, but still there is that is all add-on things. But there is a real purpose of having an abstract class.
yeah,
That is not
suppose,
actually the purpose.
yeah, suppose I have a method in a class A. There I am adding two value on that. Okay. So again, I am in another class. I am getting that method through the inheritance, and I want to add the three value. Means I just want to modify that particular method on that.
Okay. That is possible without even abstract also. Normally also you can do that. Abstract is not making any such difference, and for that we are creating abstract class. No, that's not the purpose of abstract. That you can do normally also. Does anyone had any idea
Suppose
what is that?
in a class A, suppose class A, I have one method get age, get employee age. Okay, but I just want to implement that age method in different classes. So we have to declare that class is abstract.
Yeah, in one way that is true, but that is not actually the real purpose of abstract. That is correct. It is a minor thing. Major thing is there about abstract class.
Certain methods I want to define only when an object is created.
No, that's not the sole purpose of abstract. Abstract class concept is actually given for a particular, for a specific purpose. I'm just checking out the purpose. Why do we have abstract classes? Whatever other things you are saying, they're all right. That all will behave like that in abstract classes. You're right. But what is the main intended purpose of making this kind of class? As the name is
Semantic
indicating.
interface.
We
Right.
cannot create object of the class.
Exactly. See, when you are building something, I wanted to have a class. Normally, what do we understand is class means we can create an object. Normally, what do we understand is class means object. From a class, we can create an object. That is true. Absolutely. Classes are always for the purpose of creating objects. But I'm creating a class which is actually not fully cooked, fully prepared. It is having only some half kind of information to serve for the purpose like a super class. Suppose my class A, it is not a complete full-fledged class, but it is just defined as like a modeling class. And from class A, I will define some subclass, class B, class C, class D, multiple subclasses I do create. They all have some complete meanings. But my class A is not making a complete sense. In that case, there is no purpose for creating an object also for my class A. If I create an object of class A, it is not a completely meaningful thing for me because my class A is carrying some attributes and methods, but very generic, not about any specifically for a particular intention like employee, customer, vendor, something like that. For example, I have created a class called address. That address, whose address? Employee address or customer address or vendor address? Whose address? No, it is just a class created for storing address information and get address, set address, and all these things. If I create an object of that class, that is belongs to whom? No, because there is no employee ID or there is no customer ID. There is nothing. It is a generic class. So I don't want it to, and that class I have created for the purpose of inheritance. I will use that class in all my remaining subclasses. For example, when I'm creating a customer subclass, I will use that address class. When I'm using a vendor subclass, I will use that class, my super class. But that super class alone is not making a complete meaningful sense. Then I don't want any objects to get created for such classes. During that time, you will make that class as an abstract class. Abstract class is the one for which you cannot instantiate objects. You cannot create objects. That is the purpose basically for abstract classes. Along with that, one abstract class can have abstract method also. Abstract method is something which you don't define directly in the class, but you will define that method in one of its subclasses. That is all the add-on benefits it will come across. But what is the main purpose is abstract class is a class which is there, which can be a parent, which you can use as a super class for inheriting to subclasses, but is a class which cannot have kids. I mean to say, which cannot have instances, which where we don't want it to create instances for that. Those classes we will create like abstract classes. And finally, one last thing is there that is called interfaces. As yesterday I said, like interfaces also equal to classes team. Interfaces also will have attributes, methods, and events and everything. Protected section, public section, all will be there. But the only thing is interface will have only definition, but interface will have only definition, but interface does not have any implementation. No implementation for methods. No implementation for methods. We don't write the code for methods. We will keep the empty methods. It is basically serving for the purpose like a skeleton. It is serving for the purpose like a skeleton, like a template. Like a template. See, you're all taking some college admission. For all of you, I wanted to give some form. On that form, date, first name, last name, date of birth, age, address, phone number, your father status, father details, your last study details, and all I wanted to fill a template without filling any data. So it will make a lot of your job make easy. So interfaces also will play the role like a templates. So these are also like abstract classes. You cannot create objects for interface also because there is no implementation. That means abstract classes are almost equal to interfaces. You cannot have instance for interface. You cannot have instance for abstract class also. So abstract class have no objects, no instance or object, whatever. Similarly, for interfaces also, you cannot have any instance. But abstract class can have methods like interfaces. That methods will have code, but interfaces, no, zero. Methods will have zero code. No code. You will not write any code with the methods of your interfaces. Only they will be used as like a templates, like super classes. But we don't call it like inheritance. Now, when you are creating a class, suppose class Z, class D, not inheriting, implementing your interface. We will implement the interfaces. When you do that, all the methods of the interface will come to your class. But you have to write the code for that methods in your class however you want. But why? When empty method is coming to you, what is the purpose? This is basically to maintain the uniformity across your development. And this is how we are achieving the polymorphism also. We will see that with some example. But if you try to know the definition, so interface is like a class, but not a class. You cannot have implementation. That means no code for any of its methods. that interface we have to implement for a class. When we implement, all the methods will come to your class. Then in that class, you will write the code. Secondly, we cannot create objects for interfaces. But because of this implementation mechanism, across the classes, your method names remains the same. The name of the methods will remain the same. So uniformity will get built. Otherwise, in every class, you will take every method like different names you will take. At a point of time, it will becoming very difficult for manage your code. But by following this way, the method names remains the same wherever you are implementing that interface in n number of your classes, because it is the same template. Abstract classes can have methods, and that methods can have coding. But interface methods, no code. We can implement multiple interfaces for one class. We can implement multiple interfaces in one class. No limit. Finally, the most important thing is data, I1, uptype reference to your interface name. You can take. So you will create the reference variable I1 with the name of your interface. But when you are creating object, create object I1 of type D. So D is a class. You are creating an object of D class. You are creating the object here for D class. But that is referred by I1. What is I1? I1 is a reference variable of your interface. Let me take one example like this. Interface. Let me take some interface name like status. Interface I_demo. That is the name of my interface. Then this is my class. Class customer implementing interface I_demo. So that is implementing that interface. Then here, this is my reference variable. Reference variable R1, uptype reference to what happened? Tell me here. From line number 55. Line number 55 onwards, 4 lines. What happened? You tell me.
There is one interface is created, interface I_demo, and
What is
after that,
what is the name of the interface?
I_demo.
Right.
And after that, line number 56, there is we have created one class customer, and we are going to implement the interface I_demo on this
Right.
class. And after that, we have created the reference for the interface R1 for the demo interface. And now line number 59, we have created the object of that particular reference with class customer.
Now we have to say like this. Last statement you said, right? But last statement is we have created an object, not reference. We have created an object of which class?
An object, yes. Customer object.
Yeah, exactly. You have to say like that. We have created an object of customer class and pointed by
Interface.
reference variable of
Reference of interface I_demo.
yes, reference variable of interface I_demo. We should not say that we have created an object for R1. R1 is not an object. We created an object for customer class. We created an object for customer class and referred that object by the reference variable of interface. And this is the way we do handle inheritance also. But again, at the same time, remember guys, my customer, for example, this interface is coming up with 4 methods. But my customer class is having 2 methods on its own plus 4 methods which are arrived from interface. Totally, my customer class has 6 methods, like inheritance. Almost look like inheritance. But only thing is, in inheritance, methods will come along with code. In the interface implementation, only name of the method only will come, no code will come. You only have to write your code for that method in that customer class. But totally, I have 6 methods. Even I have 6 methods in the customer object, but with R1, I can able to call only 4 methods. Remember that. Only the methods which are inherited, which are derived from the interface, because it is an interface reference. On the other way, if I have to call all the 6 methods, then definitely I should create a reference variable for customer class, and I should create a separate object. What is the difference? R1 4 or R2 6? So what is that meaning?
For 4 methods, and R2 can call 6 methods.
From R1 means we are getting 4 methods of class customer, and from R2 we are getting all the methods from the class customer and interface, both of them.
Why? Why R1 only 4 and R2 6?
Because we are from R1 we are just only getting the interface. We are just has created the object of the interface only, and the R2
Yes.
we have. Yes.
You have to see here. R1 is of what type? R2 is of what type? R1 is a reference of interface. R2 is a reference of
Customer class.
customer class. Is a reference of customer class. So the execution, why the execution is not happening? Basically, when you are writing a program, in the program you will create some subroutines, you will create some classes like reusable objects, right? So those statements have to be separated from your main program. Declarations and implementations always should get separated from your main program execution. Otherwise, system cannot understand from where actually the execution should start. So your main program always should start within the startup selection event. So right now, in this program, why it is not actually able to get executed, the classes declaration, classes implementation is not separated from your main program. So the main program has to be begin with the startup selection event. So where is the main program starting here? Exactly. At line number 130. So all the above part is the declarations and implementations of classes. So let us write startup selection here. Then this is your main code. From here now, it will be the system will understand that this is the main executable code. Now you check for the errors.
Yeah, it's working now.
You got it now? Right. So that is one issue, and everyone has to understand that. And now let us go through our exercise. Each of the sections we will try to see here because the code is already written. Let us parallelly open the Word document also.
This one, right?
Yes. So the task one, zoom it up. Just increase little bit zoom. Everyone can able to read. Or zoom. Or even zoom. Yeah. Enough. Just to scroll up. So the task one is you have to create one interface. So you know that what is called interface. An interface will have only the definition part. Interface won't have implementation part. We don't implement the code for interfaces. We usually create interfaces for building the hierarchical structural development of your application. Interface will have only blank methods. That methods will not get implemented within the interface. Wherever you are implementing the interface, I mean to say, wherever you are using that interface in the other classes, there only you have to implement the respective methods of the interface. So in this exercise, we are actually asked to create one interface. The name of the interface is IF underscore status. Yeah, of course, IF stands for interface. Local objects we can create like that. Global objects, we should start with G. This interface is going to have a method, write underscore attributes. And what is that method is doing? Depends on how you implement that method in various classes, that is up to you. But they are asking for one blank method to have. The name of the method is write underscore attributes. So I hope this section is clear and the solution also given at the bottom. Like the classes interfaces, we will create with the interface and interface. Only the definition, there is no implementation. Show me that in your code. Exactly. So we can create additional attributes, events also team here. In the interface, you can create attributes and events also if required. But in this exercise, we haven't created that. If you want, we can do that. And what is the name of the method? Write underscore attributes. You do remember that name of that method. But if you notice here, we have not implemented any code for the method here because we cannot write code for the interface methods within the interface. Any questions up to this point? Any questions, any clarifications required?
No.
Right, very good. So we are going step on step. So if you have any questions at any point, stop me there. We will continue, right? And then go to the documentation. So first task is completed. Next to go to the second task. So here they have asked you to create one class called CL underscore vehicle. Basically in this program, so we need to create a class here and class name is CL underscore vehicle. So basically in this program, we are going to handle some kind of vehicles. One truck vehicle, one ship. So truck is a vehicle, car is a vehicle, ship is a vehicle, helicopter is also one vehicle. So like that, we are going to create so many different types of vehicles. They're all different classes. But to serve to all of that classes, I wanted to have one common class. I wanted to have some common class, which is basically helping for serving to the other classes. For that, what I have chosen, they ask you to create a vehicle class. So this is not about any particular vehicle. So we should not create object of this class. That's why we are creating this class as an abstract class. Because I told you in the last session, if it is an abstract class, we cannot create objects for that class. That is the first purpose of having an abstract class. And after that, we are going to use this class as a super class also. Of course, you don't require to make a class as a super class. You don't require to make a class as a super class. We cannot do that. The moment you create a subclass, automatically your first class will become like a super class. While declaring itself, there is no such kind of keyword that this is created as a super class. No, not like that. The moment you create a subclass, automatically the parent will become the super class. So in this class, what they asked you to implement that interface IF underscore status, and also they ask you to have two methods. Both are public methods, both are instance methods. That means not static methods, instance methods. One is a speed up and another one is a stop. And also they ask you to have a protected instance attribute speed. You see what is public, what is protected, everything is described clearly. We have to create. And also there is a parameter and that two methods need to be implemented. How that methods to be implemented here, it is given. Speed up. That speed up method means you are increasing the speed of the vehicle. For example, the truck is now going with 40 kilometers. I wanted to increase the speed another 10 kilometers. So 40 plus 10, 50. Now I wanted to increase the speed for another 20 kilometers. Now I will pass 20. So 50 plus 20, 70. Like that, the vehicle speed will increase. If I give a negative value, vehicle speed will decrease. Okay, whenever I said stop, vehicle speed will become 0. So like that methods are implemented. That requirement is described there. Any questions in that given points? In question number 2, does anyone have any questions?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Good. Let us go to the implementation part. Let us go to the main program. Show me how you create it, right? Go down. So abstract is the keyword to create that class as an abstract class. And that interface we have implemented in the public section. So that means the method of that interface will automatically become the method of this class. And also we have another 2 methods. One is a speed up, that is having one importing parameter. Another method is stop, that does not have any import or export parameters. And there are 2 protected attributes we have taken. Why we taken protected? Because we wanted them to get inherited to the subclasses also. It is equal to private attributes only, but purposefully we have taken like protected for the inheritance purpose. One is speed, another one is maximum speed. So speed means that is indicating what is the current speed your car is going. For example, your car is going currently with 60 kilometers. That is your speed. So your car maximum can go up to 120 kilometer speed. That is the maximum capacity of your car. You just think like that. So that is the maximum speed. So both values we will maintain for your vehicle. If it is a ship, the maximum speed is only 50 kilometers per hour, because ship cannot go more than that speed in the waters. So definitely the maximum speed value is different for every vehicle. Helicopter maximum it may go up to 500 kilometers speed per hour. So every different vehicle will have different values, but these are the attributes. Speed and maximum speed are indicating that speed is indicating the current speed the vehicle is going. The maximum speed is indicating what is the maximum speed that the vehicle can go up to. So these are the 2 attributes we maintain. Now, when it comes to implementation part, now tell me how many methods are there now in this class? In this vehicle class, how many methods are there?
2 methods.
No,
3.
3 methods. 2 methods belongs to the class, and 1 method which is derived from the
Interface.
So compulsory, it is mandatory. You must implement the code for all the 3 methods. If you leave any one method not implemented, it will show the errors. So you must write the code for all the methods, whether it is blank also, but still even you have to write some code. You have to define the methods mandatorily in your implementation section. Let us go one after one. So the speed up method is how would we implemented. So I'm just increase. So in that code, I'm passing some accelerator, some value I'm passing, step value I'm passing. That means how much of speed I wanted to increase furthermore. So currently it is going with 40 kilometers. So I will call this method and I will pass 10. That means I wanted to increase the speed another 10 kilometers more, another 10 kilometers. Like that I'm increasing. Should I go and increase continuously like that? 600 kilometers, 800 kilometers? Definitely not. See, my car can go up to 120 kilometers. Suppose if I pass 500 value, current speed is 40, and I given 500 value. So 40 plus 500, 540. Now my car is going with 540 kilometers. Is it possible? Definitely not. So we are just blindly not increasing. We are checking also, is it crossing the maximum speed? In case after the incremental, if it is crossing the maximum speed, then we are setting that value only to maximum speed. That means even if you pass 500 also as an input value, still even that speed will be maintained like maximum speed only. That is what is the logic we implemented. The moment after increasing the speed value is crossing the maximum speed, I set speed equal to maximum speed. That 120 value, 150 value, whatever is the maximum speed value is there, which you will provide at the time of object creation, that only will set as a speed value. So no matter what, how much you are increasing, that vehicle cannot exceed more than its maximum speed. That is the logic. Any questions there?
No, sir.
And stop method. That means vehicle you stopped. When you stopped the vehicle, what does that mean? The speed of the vehicle will become how much?
0.
0. That's it. That is called stop. When you stop means vehicle become vehicles. When vehicle speed is at least even 1 kilometer, so That means still vehicle is moving. So stop means you stopped the vehicle. Automatically the speed value you made it like 0. Okay. Then finally that interface method we implemented. And do remember this point, guys. When we are implementing the interface method is not like your class method. Interface method name always preceded with the name of the interface. To avoid that lengthy name, we will create some alias name. So we will see that later. But to differentiate, this is a class method and this is an interface method. Interface methods always preceded with the name of the interface also. That's the reason you wrote the name of the method, you see. Method if underscore status, that tilde operator, right underscore attributes. That should be the complete name. When you are implementing or when you are calling, you have to do with the complete notation. You have to call the name of the interface method with the complete notation preceded by the name of the interface. There, we are just displaying the values. What is the current speed the vehicle is going? What is the maximum speed that vehicle can go up to? So that is the details that method is displaying up to this moment. So with that, section 2 is completed. Let's go to the third section. Any questions in the second section that we have done?
No, sir.
Now, so far the CL underscore vehicle class is basically not my actual class for which I can create objects, because it is an abstract class and it is just only having only half information, not about the complete details. But now the real vehicles I'm creating here, like I'm creating a truck class, I'm creating a ship class, I'm creating a helicopter class, I will create a train class. Definitely they're all indicating different types of vehicles. So some common data required for all these classes. Instead of I do create every time in every class independently, we have created that in the super class. So it is a good idea. We can directly inherit from the super class. So here, what is your super class name?
CL vehicle.
CL underscore vehicle. And the first subclass you are creating is
CL truck.
good. So in this class, what is asked for? Let us create, and they ask to have a constructor also. And look at the third point, redefine the interface method. This is very important, guys, for your next RAP programming. Redefine. What does that mean for? Does anyone have any idea what is called that redefine? What is called method redefining? Method define is there, but what is called method redefine?
We can define again a method in our way.
Where?
Right.
Inside the subclass.
Exactly. Say that completely. Say that like a full frame sentence so I can understand. Not I can understand however you say. Others also can understand, right? When you are saying something, if you can frame it like a complete sentence, that will be a good thing. What you said exactly right. Try to frame it like a sentence.
Yeah, we can define the same method again inside our subclass in our
Right.
own way. Yeah.
Right. See, guys, remember during the inheritance, the methods are coming from superclass to subclass. Absolutely, that is fine. But what I wanted is, I don't want the as it is code, what is implemented in my superclass, once again in my subclass also. Actually, method is inherited. That means that method belongs to superclass. That method already implemented in the superclass. But I want to add something more. There are two options. Either on top of the existing code, I wanted to add few more lines after that method inherited into my subclass. Either that, or I wanted to erase the old logic which is inherited into my subclass, and I wanted to completely rewrite a new logic. Both are possible. In both cases, it is called redefine only. For example, in this case, write underscore attributes method is already implemented in the CL underscore vehicle. Guys, try to follow the naming what I am using. Okay. CL underscore vehicle is a common class we discussed. But I wanted to redefine that method once again in my subclass CL underscore truck. But how I wanted to redefine, I don't wanted to erase the whole implementation what is done before. For example, let me say like this. In the super class, that method already written with 100 lines of code. In the super class, that method is already written with some 100 lines of code. So I wanted that. That is a very important logic. But on top of that 100 lines of code, I wanted another 10 lines of additional code also I wanted to write. Yes, that is possible. How do we do that? We will see that in the code line. Okay, practical and the solution, we will see that. But I don't want the above 100 lines of code. That logic should not get executed when I'm calling from my subclass. Another fresh lines, another 20 lines of fresh coding I wanted to write. That is also possible. We'll see that. Similarly, other things also are defined there. And let us go to the implementation part. Let us go to the coding part. So have a look here what we try to do there. Truck class we are creating and inheriting from your superclass CL underscore vehicle. And this particular truck class is having a method, constructor method it has. So we created the constructor method. And another thing also we have to explicitly mention because you wanted to redefine that method. IF underscore write attributes redefinition. Because you are going to redefine that method exclusively once again in this class. If we don't redefine, the original implementation code only will come here. You can directly use that. But as you wish to write something more, we did that. Now let us go to implementation. So in the constructor, that means constructor means it is a constructor of truck class. That means when a truck object I am creating, this constructor should work. When a truck object is creating, I wanted to set up some values for truck objects exclusively. Because it is a constructor that will call whenever a truck object is getting created. We can create a truck object because it is a normal class only. Vehicle is only abstract class. Truck is a normal class only. So there, for all of my trucks in my company, the current speed is something maximum speed. I wanted to set up like 100 kilometers, something like that. So that we defined in the constructor. I told you, whenever your subclass is having a constructor, it is mandatory rule. You must call the constructor of the superclass. No matter what, whether your superclass is having any constructor or not, secondary, but you must call the constructor of the superclass. So in this example, is your superclass is having a constructor? Superclass is have a constructor or not in this example? In this example, that superclass is having a constructor or not?
Superclass is uh, can you go up bit more? Yeah, superclass is a CL underscore vehicle.
Right. Is it have a constructor?
Um, no.
No. So guys,
Yes.
notice down, this superclass have no constructor. But still, when you come to the subclass, let's go to subclass. When your subclass is having a constructor, in the implementation of that constructor, you see there, you called the superclass constructor exclusively. Did you? Line number 56. We have to call the constructor of your superclass. Okay, whether it has or not, secondary. If you comment this line and check it out, comment this line and check the errors, check the syntax errors. What it is saying, read it out.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary goal of using RAP in SAP development? Option A, to replace traditional ABAP programming. Option B, to create RESTful services and APIs. Option C, to eliminate cloud computing. Option D, to reduce software licensing costs. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to become great at using SAP BTP RAP? Our course is perfect for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP BTP RAP. It's a powerful tool for building apps and automating business processes on the cloud. We cover everything from the basics to advanced techniques. It's created by experts who truly understand SAP BTP RAP. Your instructors are professionals with years of experience. They're ready to help you and answer any questions you have. But don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course. People just like you have found it to be really helpful. The best part? It's affordable, so you don't have to spend a lot to learn something great. Ready to master SAP BTP RAP? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
In the constructor method, instant attribute, instant method, or me can be accessed only after the constructor of the superclass.
You must call the super constructor in your subclass. Right?
Yeah.
Close it out. Check that, fix that. Okay, I called the superclass constructor, and secondly, maximum speed value I set to 100 within the constructor. That means every truck will have maximum speed of 100. That we are setting up at the time of object creation in the constructor. Fantastic. Now let us come to the method redefinition. I have status right attributes. We said now I wanted to redefine that method. So how do I wanted to redefine? I wanted the original coding as it is, but on top of that, I wanted to display something more. So you tell me originally what is the code of that method? Originally what that method is doing? Show me where it is. Right. So originally that method is implemented in such a way to display the speed value and the maximum speed value. So what I wanted is, okay, that is maybe 2 lines. You just think like that is 200 lines. That 200 lines of code, I don't want to erase. I mean, I don't want to miss out. I wanted that lines of code, whether it is 2 lines or 200 lines. Secondly, I wanted that code, but additionally, I wanted to have something more. If that is the scenario, let's go down, come down. In the redefinition part, so I have displayed like, I wanted to display some heading like truck. That is not there in the original implementation. You see, in line number 61, you wrote some new line, right? Okay, so truck, I wanted to display some, so that is your additional logic. And after that, the same old original logic should come here. So instead of you write that statements once again, that original coding, original 2 lines or 200 lines of implementation, what is originally there, if you wanted to get that executed again, once again here, you have to call that way. Super, with the super keyword, the same method you have to call. That means in the super class, what was implemented, that piece of code will be called here. That piece of code will get executed here. In case if you don't call like this, in case if you don't make that line number 62, what will happen? You comment out that line. Then what will happen? Tell me.
No error.
No, it won't be any error. I'm saying what is the impact if I don't make that statement?
Only truck gets right. Superclass method won't be executed.
Then what will be executed?
Only the truck will be written.
Sorry?
Only the subclass method will be executed. Only truck will be printed.
Only truck will be printed. Very good. Only that message, because you don't want the old style, old code. You have replaced that with some new code. Number of lines are secondary, but only this new code only will execute when you call with the truck object. The original implementation code you are not going to consider here. But if you wanted to consider the old code also, then you have to make that statement. That statement you can write before also, after also, anytime. So after I display the truck message, I wanted that original coding also to get executed. So you have to explicitly invoke that. That invoking we do with the keyword called super. Let us uncomment that. So this is called redefine. In the redefinition, if you don't make that super statement, you are not considering the old code. You are only writing the new. You are wishing to write only the some lines of new code. But after you write some lines of new code, you wanted to reuse that existed code also. No matter any time, maybe at the beginning or maybe at the end, wherever you want, you can just simply call that original implementation also with the keyword called super. So this is the two way we can do method redefinition. All right, let us go to the next section. Did we cover everything? I think other two methods. I think we covered everything. Did we? Let us go up. I think one method we missed out. Method redefinition is also done, right? That's it only, no?
Yes, yes,
No,
that's it. That's it.
okay,
Constructor and redefinition.
okay. In the document scroll up little. I think I saw one more. No, scroll down, scroll down. Truck. Yeah. That's okay. You're right. Next, we are creating another class that is also again a subclass which we are creating from the vehicle class. So see, this is one more subclass. So this is indicating that from one super class, you can create any number of subclasses. So now we are creating another class called ship class. Again, every for trucks, we don't have any name. All trucks are trucks, but usually my ship, every ship will have some names. So I wanted to name every of my ship. One ship is Titanic, one ship is Morning Glory, one ship name is Rockstar, one ship name is Blue Whale, something like that. Usually, very big ships, they will have some titles, isn't it? So I wanted to have a name attribute also for every of my ship. But usually vehicle class is having two attributes, speed, maximum speed. Of course, those are commonly required attributes for every vehicle. But independent of that, every subclass can have their own attributes also. My truck class does not have any additional attributes, but my ship class wanted. So my ship class wanted to have an attribute called name. So because every ship we wanted to name it. Similarly, my ship cannot go with the maximum speed 100. I wanted to set my ship maximum speed is only 50. And third one is in the ship class, for example, we wanted to create some event. What is called event? ABAP is a business programming language, you know that. In business applications, always there will be so much of collaboration required between various programs, between various modules. So to establish some kind of connectivity between various processes, these events will be useful. Even in SAP ABAP, I'm not sure you are aware or not, we have a concept called workflows, business workflows, flexible workflows, BTP workflows, we will call it about. So those workflows basically we do develop. Even you guys as an ABAPers, after gain some experience, can work on that workflows concept. That is to automate the business process one after one kind of thing we do develop. It is a flow of the work, automation. Similarly, here, events we do use to fire some alarm, to trigger some alarm. And there will be so many subscribers to that event. So all the subscribers who are registered for that event, they will automatically respond to that event. I will tell you in a general use case. For example, there is a school. Are you guys following me?
Yes, sir.
There is a school. In school, in fifth, there is a five-floor building. Exactly at morning 11:30, they will give a bell. They will ring a bell. That bell is an event actually. When that event happened, 3 times they will ring the bell. When that bell is ring 3 times, all 20 classrooms will respond to that, isn't it? They are event handlers. That means it is indicating that some event happened. They are already informed that whenever that happened, all of you should evacuate your classroom, or all of you should take a break. When this sound comes, this is the action to be done. When this sound comes, this is so that sound is actually one event. When that event happened, whoever given the responsibility for that event, they all will react. For example, there is another kind of special ring has put up there. When that bell rang, class students will not get out of the classroom. All the staff members have to attend at principal room or at assembly area. Only teachers, not the students. That is a different event. So for every event, how do we react? How do we respond? That will be so those people who already informed that when this event happened, this is the action to be taken. They are event receivers, event handlers or event receivers. Event will be triggered by somebody. There will be multiple receivers, and all the receivers will automatically respond, react to that event. This is this is a very common scenario that will happen in our real life. Similar way, in business applications also, when we are developing the applications, for example, I have created one purchase order in the system. A new purchase order created. Somebody logged into SAP system, they went into that T code, ME21N, and then they created a new order. The moment the new order saved in the system, do you know what will happen? One event will fired in the code. You can see that. When that event reacted, automatically lot of things will happen in the background. That means lot of programs are executed automatically. How? Because all the programs are already informed, subscribed to this event. When that event happened, these 20 programs should automatically get executed in the background. They will get executed, the respective actions also will be taken care of. Like that, so much of integration already defined in our SAP systems. When the delivery happened, the goods actually collected from your, godown. When the delivery happened, the goods already collected from the storage location, right? So that the inventory value automatically should come down. The moment the goods delivery is created, automatically the stock value will come down. Why? Because there is a separate program. That program will automatically respond when this event happened, and that program will decrease the current volume of the goods count according to the delivery count. So many things will get interconnected like that in the concept of events. Similarly, the same thing we can do in our ABAP classes also. Event is an action that we can create in a class. That event will get fired. When that event fired, there will be other classes, maybe in the same class or maybe in some other classes. There are some methods which are subscribed as a event receivers, as a event handlers for this event. So event belongs to different class. That class will trigger the event. Whenever that event trigger, automatically in your system, another 40, 50 classes will react because they are already subscribed to this event. That means they're waiting when that event will come. Usually you see in our college days also, our ears always will look for the bell sound to ring. We are waiting. When that event happened, immediately we will act on that. Event happened somewhere, but we are responding to that event. The same thing we can experience here. So here in this example, my ship is a class. Suppose my ship is sailing in the waters. My ship hit, some accident happened to my ship. So my ship is sinking now. So during that time, my ship class fired one event. Just it is firing one event. Firing you can say, or triggering you can say. It triggered one event. Just it won't do anything, just it triggers the event. But for that event, already there are some event handlers are defined in the system. Immediately they will respond. In that class, how we are executing, we have a helicopter class because rescue team. So when my ship is sinking, immediately they triggered one event, right? That event is actually triggered in the ship class, but there is another class is there called helicopter. Immediately one helicopter object will get created. That means helicopter started. That is called helicopter object. Then automatically that helicopter object will go there and will go to that location and will save the. But how my helicopter knows the location of the ship? When that event happened, that event is passing some parameters, exactly the geographical coordinates. That will come as an input to my helicopter class. By using that coordinates, my helicopter object will know where is the ship currently exactly. It will go there and it will save the people from there. That is a risky operation it is doing. Same thing, man, in our applications also. We will exactly implement the real cases only here. These are not designed for to play to develop some games. These are all designed for addressing our real needs, our real business requirements. Exactly the same thing we do here. So that is the one. In the ship class, we are creating an event. That event we will fire when the event when my ship is actually damaged. So when is my ship is damaging? For example, my ship maximum speed is 50. So when I'm crossing my ship speed maximum more than 50, that means I increased the speed more than maximum speed. The moment I do that, my ship definitely will damage. Okay, that situation we are taking. When the speed value is increased to the maximum speed value of the ship, we are firing one event because that is indicating that my ship broken, my ship got damaged. Then we are triggering one event. Once we trigger the event, automatically your helicopter class, your helicopter object will get respond to that. That is what we try to do in our program. You got me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
See why we have taken this kind of example, because to explain the concept more realistical way, more easiest way to understand the scenario. Otherwise, with a general way of example, if you take that may not create that impact. Let us go to the coding. Now here in this class, my class is my ship class is having a special attribute. Attribute name is name. It is a public attribute. Why I taken it as a public attribute? I wanted to use it directly, but at the same time, I don't want it to change it directly. I want to use it directly for display purpose, but I don't want it to change that. So that one we can achieve by using read-only attribute. This is also one question. Usually in interviews, they will ask, your team leads will ask. I wanted to have a public attribute, but as it is a public attribute, anybody can change that value. I want a public attribute for easy access, but I don't want it to allow the people to change that value. So that we can achieve by creating that attribute as a read-only attribute. Though it is a public attribute, but still even you can use it only for reading, but not for writing a new value directly with the object name. And also one constructor, and that constructor is having one importing parameter. Did you notice here? It is not a blank constructor. It is a constructor with parameter. Earlier was a only constructor, but it is constructor with parameter. That means every time when you are creating an object, you must pass this parameter. And also method redefinition and speed up redefinition. And also we created one event with the keyword events, and the name of the event is damaged. Damaged is the name of the event. Only we will declare. Let us go to the coding implementation. In the constructor, first anyhow you know that the superclass constructor you should call. And after that, so for all of my ship classes, I wanted to set the maximum speed maybe 30 or 40, something like that. And whatever is the importing parameter that I received in the constructor, I have set that to with the attribute. And did you notice here why that me name equal to name is there? Who will tell the why we written like that?
We are setting the value inside the subclass, whatever we have passed in the constructor.
We have created object of the particular class and calling the name and assigning the name.
Why two names are there? And why we used me?
Me is a one type of instance of particular class.
Good. That is the implicit instance of that class.
Yes.
So what is the attribute name? What is the attribute in the shift
Name
class?
is the attribute.
Name.
And what is the parameter name?
Name. Both are name.
Exactly. Both are two different things, but we have taken both same names. Name. So the system will give the preference to the attribute name only. So that's why if you write name equal to name, attribute value will not copy, sorry, parameter will not copy it into attribute. If you don't write me there, if you write name equal to name, that assignment will not take place. The parameter will not copy it into your attribute because both are name. You change the attribute name here. Change the attribute, not in the code. Change the attribute name in the sense you have to change in the method declaration, you should change. Give some different name. Not there. Importing before type, you should type. Right. So there, how the code will come? Exactly. In that case, you don't require me. See guys here, name equal to?
V name.
So the parameter v name will be assigned to your attribute name. It works, but just to demonstrate another use case, in case if both names are same, then how do we handle? For that, we have taken this. Otherwise, if it is a different names, that v name can be assigned to your name. Here, the left-hand side name is indicating the attribute. The right-hand side v name is indicating the parameter. You got it, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Perfect. Let us go to the implementation for right attributes also. Yeah. So here, what we try to do, we are displaying the name. Again, redefinition, same old style. We are displaying the name of the ship also here and the speed up method. But here, the logic for speed up method is changed differently. Last time in the truck class, when the truck is increasing the maximum speed, we set the speed value to maximum speed. That means we are keeping that maximum speed only as the maximum limit. But here, when the speed is increased to the maximum speed, that means my ship crossed its capacity. During that time, so I should drive it very carefully. If I increase that, I cannot bring it back. My ship will broken. So something happened wrong. So the speed value, unfortunately, by mistaken, I have increased more than its capacity. So the engine got failed. So my ship is not working anymore. So we did that here. If the speed value is increased at the maximum speed, then immediately the maximum speed we set to 0 and stop method also we called to set the speed value to 0, and finally we raised the event. Raise event damaged. We are triggering the event. When we are triggering the event, when the ship actually crossed its maximum speed. And if you notice here, you see in the speed up method, I'm calling another method stop method. One method can call other method also. I can call other methods in another methods. One method you can call in other method. So actually in the speed up method, I'm calling the method called stop to set the speed value to 0. Finally, we triggered the event also. Go down. See what happened here. I just triggered the event only. I said raise event damaged. But I don't know what will happen after raising the event. After raising event, what will happen? Who will come? That is depend on who are actually subscribed to that event. If nobody subscribed, just event only will fire. Event only will fire. Nothing will happen because nobody subscribed about that event. No one subscribed about that event. That means there are no receivers. No one will react. There is no action of that event. It will be like that. So here only event is raised, but we are not sure who will react to the event. That will come up in the next explanation. So now we are creating a class called CL_helicopter. And by the way, this is not a subclass of my vehicle class. This is a separate class. And in this class, we are taking a static constructor. Why we are taking a static constructor is, so this is a little tricky concept. I wanted to create a CL_helicopter class as a singleton class. This is also another example, guys. Singleton class. What is called singleton class? Any idea? Singleton class.
No, so close.
Singleton in the sense like only one object is created. Can be.
Yeah, sorry, you are saying something. So
One object is
right. So singleton class means for a class, you can create only one object. Only one object, only one instance it can have. It cannot have two objects. Like that, if you wanted to make up, you have to create that class as a singleton. But there is no such keyword directly to define like it is a singleton class. We have to achieve that by a different way that we try to do here. There is no such keyword. Okay, this is a singleton class, like that to say. So we have taken a class constructor to create a self object. That self object reference only it will return always. So always it will return the reference of the same object only. And that object we are not creating explicitly in our program. That class itself will create its own object. And every time it will give the address of the same object. That means forever you will have only one object created for that class. That is how we are achieving the singleton nature. How did we do that? We have created a static constructor here. The name is class_constructor. That static constructor will be called only at once. That is the difference. Normal constructor will called every time when you are creating a new object. Static constructor will called only one time in the lifetime of that class. Only one time in the lifetime of that class. That is for the very first time when you are using that class, that time only the static constructor will call. That static constructor is creating the object of that class. That object address only we are getting every time back by using another method called getReference. And finally, that helicopter class is having a method as a event handler method. That method we will subscribe to the damaged event of the ship class. That method will automatically trigger whenever my ship is sinking. Let us go down to the code. Go to the coding part. So class_constructor is a method. It is a static constructor. Static constructor will be called only once in the lifetime of the class. Instance constructor will be called for every instance, but static constructor is not like that. And also another method I have taken getReference, which is returning the address of my object which is created for the helicopter class. Then interface we implemented separately. There is a method receive. So that is the event handler method of the helicopter class. That is the event handler method. So you have to mention clearly. So that is a for event. So that is a method. That's not a normal method. That is a event handler method for the event. What is the event name? Damaged. Of which class? CL underscore ship. And that ship class is having a public attribute now name. That name value also it will automatically import here. Importing sender you taken to that sender automatically the class, the ship object will automatically come and assign to this sender attribute. Because of which object that event triggered, that object address will automatically come here. That is by default nature of events. So in this class, the receive method is going to play the role as a event handler method for the ship class. Now let us go to the implementation. And there is a static attribute I have taken, class data heli of type reference to same internal class. And I have taken another attribute caller to come to know the name of the ship because of which my helicopter object triggered. Then you see in the static constructor class underscore constructor, we have created the object, create object heli. Heli is a attribute, you see static attribute. That means helicopter object is created. Helicopter object is created by whom? By the static constructor. How many times static constructor will be called? Only once in the lifetime. That means it will create only one object, heli. Object name is heli. Is a reference variable is heli. And every time I will get that address only. Because in my company, I have only one helicopter. Even if two ships also sinking, I cannot send two helicopters. I have only one helicopter. After it rescue one ship, it has to go to the another ship, like that only. So I wanted to, because practically that's not possible for me to have two helicopter objects because we don't have. In the real life also, we don't have. So we have taken like that. And in the attribute, I'm displaying that method, right attributes method, helicopter called by that caller. So caller means that ship name. In the next method receive, you see that I have copied the name of the ship into that attribute called caller. And if you observe here, IF status right attributes, I did not call the speed, maximum speed. Original implementation, I did not invoke again here. I completely redefined here. Redefined in the sense, I have completely implemented newly here. There's no point of redefinition anyhow here because this is freshly implemented in this class. This is not a subclass. Helicopter is not a subclass of vehicle. Isn't it? Did you see? Is there any superclass? For a heli, did you notice any super? And finally, startup selection. Let's come to the main code. Then I created one truck object. I created one ship object. I created another, ship object reference variables. Ship 1, ship 2, two ships I have taken. One helicopter object reference I have taken. For the interface, I have taken one attribute, one reference variable called status. And I have taken one internal table also, LT underscore status, like table of status. Like it is an internal table of references of your interface reference. Then we started creating truck object. But when we are creating the ship objects, did you notice the ship objects? We are exclusively passing the ship name because that constructor, it has a constructor with importing parameter. So compulsory you must pass. Without passing a name, you cannot create a ship object because that is having a constructor with the importing parameter, mandatory. Then after that, helicopter object I cannot create directly because that is only possible by getting the reference of the existed helicopter object within the class. So that address of the existed object we are getting by using the method get reference. Get reference method is also there in the helicopter class. Why am I not able to create a class here? Why can't I write to create object heli? Create object heli. You go to the helicopter class. You have made that class as a private class. You go there. You see here, definition. You see here, create private. When it is, so for classes also you can do that, guys. Instantiation. Create private means you cannot create object of that class anywhere else other than within the class itself. That is called create private. Create protected also you can write. This is not for attribute level, this is at the class level. If you say create protected, you can create the object of that class within its subclasses. Only the public classes only you can create the objects. Your truck is a public class, or ship is a public class, because that is by default. You don't need to mention. But helicopter is a private class. A private class can create object only within itself. That's the reasons we are creating the object of that class within the class, and that reference only we are sending it outside. But outside directly, you cannot create object for helicopter class. You go to the main code. For example, you try there, create object heli. You type that statement. Yeah, after heli, or just before heli, you type create object heli. Full stop. Check for the errors. Yeah, heli is a reference variable. Yeah, it should allow you. Okay, above we changed the name, na? Change it back to vname, we change it. Yeah, here you can change directly, vname.
Where?
Anywhere. You can change in the class or you can change in the code.
Let's change the code.
Yeah, change in the class. And change the attribute also. Yeah, the parameter. And check for errors. Now you see there. Why so? Because it is a private class. Got it, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, comment that line. And after that, I have appended all that truck object, ship object, helicopter object, everything to IT underscore status. It is an internal table. Internal table with reference variables. But if you notice there, all of them are internal table of your interface. So you can go through your loop statement. Hey, did you not write the remaining code?
I think it was not saved. I think that's why.
Yeah, okay. So do it up, copy and paste it.
It will not be copied from here, I think.
Type it. First set handler also do. Set
Yeah,
handler
sure.
also.
Set handler, heli, receive, ship. Call to helicopter.
Yeah. So what happened is that so truck is displayed. You see the output, truck is displayed. Currently, truck is going with the current speed of 60 kilometers, maximum speed of 100 kilometers. If you try to increase more speed to truck, also even there won't be any damage. There are two ships. One is Titanic. The current speed is 20, maximum speed is 30. But there is another ship called INS Vikrant, but that ship speed is 0, maximum speed 0. That means that ship got damaged. And also you displayed the message helicopter called by which ship? INS Vikrant. Why helicopter called by INS Vikrant? Because the damaged event triggered by INS Vikrant only. That ship name The name of that ship we already imported, we received for your helicopter object. That will automatically come here. That name we already copied into that caller attribute in the helicopter class. In fact, that message is actually displayed by helicopter class. INS Vikrant, the name is displayed by helicopter class, not by the ship class, if you see the code. So come back to the code. And if you notice here another thing, this is called polymorphism, guys. You see the method in the loop statement, write attributes. That method write attributes are displayed only with status. But how it is displaying the data of truck, the data of ship, the data of helicopter, it is displaying the data belongs to various objects. But in your code, the method you are calling is only one. Status write underscore attributes. But that status is actually in the loop at internal table. Every time it is getting that first time it is getting the address of truck. Next it is getting the address of ships. Next it is getting the address of helicopter. Like that, because I told you that point, interface reference can be used to point to the objects of the classes whichever implemented that interface. Polymorphism. Because of that concept only, if you come to the last statement, come down to the last statement. The status write attributes is only one method. The code is only one, but it is displaying the data belongs to various objects. One-time truck, one-time ship, one-time helicopter. It is displaying the data belongs to various objects because, but you are using the same reference variable. How that is possible? That is because of the polymorphism. It looks once, but execute different things. Because all that classes implemented that method write attributes. All that classes used that method write attributes. Exactly in the real developments also, in our classes, most of the times we will implement the methods of the interfaces only. So that with the reference of interfaces, we can able to call them very conveniently. Because purchase orders, sales orders, materials, deliveries, business applications are so huge. In all the applications, there is a method display. Display means always it is display only. Create, always it is create only because that display, that create, all that methods are derived into all these classes from some common set of interfaces. Like that, you will be having so much of uses by having the interfaces. Initially, it looks like very blank. Anyhow, we are writing the code in the classes only. But still, even why do we need interfaces is because of this. The implementation, the uses will become so simpler for you. Instead of you call the methods and remember different names of different methods and forgetting about the parameters of the methods, all that can be avoided by implementing some common interfaces across number of classes in the real developments.
Hey there, want to become great at using SAP BTP RAP? Our course is perfect for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP BTP RAP. It's a powerful tool for building apps and automating business processes on the cloud. We cover everything from the basics to advanced techniques. It's created by experts who truly understand SAP BTP RAP. Your instructors are professionals with years of experience. They're ready to help you and answer any questions you have. But don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course. People just like you have found it to be really helpful. The best part? It's affordable, so you don't have to spend a lot to learn something great. Ready to master SAP BTP RAP? Sign up on our page now. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.